everyone. Good morning. What a room. Wow. How's everyone feeling this morning? Yeah, ready for a renaissance? That's what we're looking for. We could not have asked for a better Toronto summer day. We're here, we're together, we're on time, we're hot. So let's do this. Welcome to the first ever homecoming at Toronto Tech Week. Thank you. If we haven't met, my name is Satish, and I'm one of 6 co-organizers behind Toronto Tech Week and your host today. Quick pulse check. How many founders do we have in the room with us today? Throw your hands up. All right. And yeah, exactly. Amazing. And how many people are with us from outside of the city, outside of Toronto? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Shout out also to everyone on the live stream. You've got front row seats wherever you are and probably strong air conditioning, so I think we're even. We have more people registered for the live stream than we have capacity and fire code in this venue, so I hope everyone has a great time and enjoys. This is our time. You can feel it. Something in the air has changed in this town. It's our moment to build, our turning point, and as some in this town like to say, it's our comeback season. And today is about how we make it count. I want to share a little bit of context before we get started. First off, why Toronto Tech Week? Because if you want something done right, sometimes you just got to do it yourself. As Torontonians, as Canadians, we have a lot to be proud of. But pride just isn't enough. We have to own our own narrative. We have to tell our own stories. And we have to celebrate what we want to see more of. And that's what this week is about. It's about building a Canadian tech platform that lets us all come together to do just that. And we're so grateful that you've all answered that call. Toronto Tech Week is now one of the largest tech weeks in the entire world, with over 300 events and now 15,000 people expected to join across the city. I mean, what did you expect? Toronto's the greatest city in the world. Fight me later, because this week for us, we're on the same team. Think of it as from Toronto, with love to Canada, and for Canadians everywhere. Okay, second piece of context. Why homecoming? What is this all about? You saw the hands. I think that tells a story for itself. But also, who doesn't love a homecoming? It's a reason in the right season to come together for a shared purpose, community, connection, conviction, parties, a lot's going on. But this homecoming is to remind us where we came from and to change what we believe is possible to achieve here at home. This homecoming is for everyone who wants Canada to win, who believes in success because of Canada, not in spite of it. If you're here, you're helping manifest that future. And today's event is about setting the stage for that, for the week and for the world. All right, so we're here for a good time, not a long time. We have 2 firesides and 2 vignettes in the morning. Vignettes are like shorter talks that are really focused on important ideas that we're trying to spotlight. Then we take a quick break, you get hydrated, we come back in, we do one final vignette and our closing fireside with Toby and Chamath. Around 12:30, we'll head out for lunch and hang time, more hydration, more fun, more action. I'm so excited to have this many incredible builders in one room. The speakers room is already a vibe, it's super fun. They're really looking forward to hanging out with you on stage today. None of this could happen without them, or the team, the hosts, the volunteers, the staff, the sponsors. You all make it possible. Homecoming, this is our love letter to Canadian tech. So let's begin. I believe the most important thing you can do right now is help build a multi-billion-dollar company headquartered here in Canada. To kick us off, we have 3 entrepreneurs who are doing exactly that. They represent Canadian ambition and excellence in commerce, AI, and fintech. So together on one stage to help us start, please welcome my friend Harley Finkelstein, president of Shopify and what I like to call Canada's Chief Entrepreneurship Officer, Michael Ketchen, CEO and founder of Wealthsimple, Canada's favorite and biggest not a bank, and Aidan Gomez, AI in the North, CEO and co-founder of Cohere. Welcome.
These are our people. How you guys doing? I like when they clap before we even said anything. I'm going to start by clearing up something that's been on my mind and bothering me for 8 months, and I have a microphone so I can do whatever I want right now. About 8 months ago, about 8 kilometers from here, I was on stage with Chris Hadfield, Flex. And Chris asked me what I thought the issue was with Canadian tech or startups or entrepreneurship. And I said that, in my view, there was this sort of 600-pound beaver in the room, which was that Canadian tech entrepreneurs, or entrepreneurs in general, need more ambition. And the next day, literally every newspaper ran a story saying that Harley Finkelstein thinks Canadians are not ambitious, which was the opposite of what I was saying. What I was trying to say, and now that I have a microphone and more time, I can say it properly, is that I think all of us need to be more ambitious. We are ambitious. But if you actually look at the numbers, so if you look at something like the S&P 500, 500 of the most relevant and the most important companies on the planet, the average age of an S&P 500 company historically was 36 years. In the last 5 years or so, it's dropped down to 21 years. That's the average age. And when you study these companies that were on the S&P 500 that have dropped off, what you realize is that they did not drop off, they did not die because of competition. They died because of stasis. They died because they lost their energy. They lost the spark that made them ambitious in the first place. And what I want for all of us to do, and what I hope all of us leave with today, is a little bit more of that energy, a little bit more of that ambition. And I've had the great honor and the great privilege of being friends with these two people next to me, Mike and Aidan, for quite some time, and I've watched both Cohere and Wealthsimple build these incredibly ambitious companies. And it is an honor for me to sit with them today for the next 30 or so minutes and talk to them about ambition and how they've built what I believe are some of the most important companies on the planet. So let me start with this. Mike, you're sitting closest to me, so I'll start with you. You've obviously built something that is not only big and important, but you're going after an industry that has historically been fraught with barrier to entry and restrictions and regulation. How do you think about ambition as you build Wealthsimple, and how do you think about ambition about Wealthsimple going forward?
Well, first of all, thank you, and thank you everybody for being here. It's really amazingly exciting to be around this Canadian energy about what we can build. One of our core values at Wealthsimple is naive ambition. And for us, where it comes from is this belief that when you throw out a new idea, like, hey, let's start a financial services company, the instant reaction from most people is to list the thousands of reasons it's never going to work. And you can imagine when I tried to start Wealthsimple, I had never worked in financial services before. I was 25 years old at the time. I had no business doing this. And people said the Canadian banks have an absolute monopoly on trust. It will never work. And so instead of listing all those reasons why it won't work, we flip the question. We say, well, what will we have to believe for this to work out? And that's what naive ambition is all about. And I often talk about how I agree. Canada is ambitious, but we need more naive ambition of we got to believe we can build the best companies in the world right from here.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like...
Now we lost the mic, you see.
I don't need a microphone. I get a new mic. I broke the mic. Thank you. Check, check. Check, check.
Check. Check, check. Perfect.
There we go.
It's the most Harley thing ever. Aiden, I want to kind of shift a little bit to you and to talk about Cohere, because Cohere, obviously, you guys are at the epicenter of interest on a global scale right now. You're meeting with some of the most important entrepreneurs on the planet, some of the most important scientists, some of the most important, regulators on the planet. And you decided to build Cohere from Canada. Although, frankly, you moved here from the UK. I mean, you went to school in the UK, you went to Oxford, and you moved here to build it here. I think for a lot of people in the crowd that are going through this thought process of whether or not I can build what I want to build here, or do I have to move elsewhere, can you talk a bit about your thought and your thinking around why Toronto was the place that you felt you can build one of the most important companies ever?
Yeah, well, I think the problem of ambition isn't really a real one. I think that Canadians are exceptionally ambitious, and particularly in our education system, we just keep pumping out the world's best talent in computer science and physics and everything. The problem is much more people draining, right? Brain drain down to the Bay or somewhere else. That's really the issue. I've seen a lot of my peers at U of T and elsewhere. It's kind of that valley or bust mentality which breaks the ecosystem and really hurts Canada. And so when I was thinking about starting Cohere, I started it with Nick and Ivan. We were all born here. This is our home. This is the place that raised us. This country's taxpayers paid for my education, my health care. And so there was no other place. I had a deep nationalism, a loyalty to this country, to building here, and to giving, like you say, a globally ambitious company to our country. It's not enough to build a company for Canada. You want to build a company for the world in Canada. And so that was really the motivation. It's our home. It has exceptional talent. And I think strategically, Canada's brand has been a huge asset to Cohere, particularly right now with a lot of the geopolitical shifts that we're seeing on the global stage. The Canadian brand has never been stronger. The Canadian identity hasn't been this strong in a very, very long time. And so now is really the time to start Canadian companies for the world, not just for Canada.
It does feel a little bit like, I think this event, and frankly this entire week, is a testament to something that is sort of changing right now, which is that we used to be apologetic. I'm building this big thing, but I'm building it from Canada. And I think one of the major shifts that's happened is now there's a pride to it, like, I get to build this thing from wherever I want. Some of you know this, but about 2 years ago, Toby and I both left Ottawa, the place where we had been building Shopify for about 2 decades. And I was born in Montreal, but I grew up in South Florida. So going back to the US was a real option for me and Lindsay and our daughters. And as we began to think about where we want to live our lives and where we want to continue to build our company, I wanted to stay in Canada. We ended up moving to Montreal, and as you know, you guys got Toby. Lucky you. But I went to Montreal, and Toby came there. And as we began to tell people that we were leaving Ottawa, the immediate assumption was, of course you're going to go to the US, or of course you're going to go somewhere else. And I got to say, the greatest decision I think I ever made was staying here and building it. I do wonder, though, Mike, you talked a little bit about this idea of like naivete and naive ambition. I wonder, is that something that is is it easier to do that as a founder and less easy to do that as, a professional manager? Because obviously a professional manager has a set of metrics they're given by the board. They don't necessarily have the same context. They may not even have the same ambition. Do you think there's a difference between founder-led companies and professional managed in that way?
Yes, of course. I think the founders have a privileged position when it comes to setting the tone and the grandness of an ambition, but I think it can come from everywhere. And that, for us, that is why it is so important we have codified it as a value, because it's an expectation of every single person at the company that they are going to push the ambition of the business. I can't be in every meeting, and I don't want to be in every meeting. In fact, I want to rely on, my favorite moments at the company today are when we have these smashing successes that I only find out about later. We had this incredible event.
You didn't even know about it. You had no idea it was happening.
Exactly, and this doesn't exactly fall in that camp, but just because we're here, we had one of those in this very room 2 weeks ago. We had a big event, we called it The End of Banking. 100,000 people from across Canada tuned in. I got to take all the credit because I was the lead speaker, but I had absolutely nothing to do with the event. And I think that tells me that you've created a culture where people think big things are possible. And to me, that's really important.
You know, Aidan, you talked a bit about this idea of brain drain. And show of hands in the room, how many of you have left Canada and have come back to Canada? I mean, that is a meaningful amount of people. Can you talk a bit about what you've seen that has worked well for you to starve that off inside of Cohere? How do you remedy that? How do you think about avoiding that?
I think just making Toronto the best ecosystem and place to do your life's work is really essential to it. And so building a community, doing stuff like this. So huge thanks to the organizers of this event. When we lost Collision, it felt like a huge hit to the city. But doing something like this to bring the community together, to inspire them, and also to network and build a sense of community. Because oftentimes, it kind of feels like you're building on a remote, desolate island here. You don't know that there are others in the community around you going through the same problems with a bigger network than you that can help you. And so by bringing the community together, and I think teaming up to take on the world, that's really the asset. And that's what keeps people here. Obviously, Cohere is global, like we have offices in the States, in the UK, in Asia. But what we've seen is a deep desire to come and build Canada. We've had reverse brain drain, where folks from the States or from elsewhere want to come to Toronto to build this company. And in part, that's because of Canada's brand, like I was saying before. We're viewed as a truly good country, good set of morals, good set of values. People want Canada to win. They're on our side. So I think it's that notion of community and making this place the best place to do your life's work.
I think one of the things also that comes up a lot when you think about brand Canada, you think about building here, is I sort of feel this on a daily basis, but in this room right now, there are hundreds or maybe even thousands of stories of incredible entrepreneurs and founders that are doing amazing things. This idea of being somewhat apologetic about our success, in case you haven't noticed, is not something that I suffer from at all. And I say that, you know, somewhat, I'm sort of, you know, that's half a joke. I've always sort of felt like the reason I love my job so much is I get to be the storyteller for the greatest story in the world, which in my view is that of Shopify, and obviously for you, it's your company's for you. Aidan, you know, let's kind of bring, you know, we've talked a bit about the niceties on stage here, but let's bring a little bit of the green room discussion on stage here, because I actually think a lot of these events, the real talks happen in the green room. And one of the things I think that we talk about in the green room today, but generally, is this idea that, are we bad at telling stories about our own companies? Are we bad at telling stories about our country? Because I agree with you, as you begin to meet more founders, more entrepreneurs, as you begin to get more into the ecosystem, it is astonishing in terms of what we are building here. You meet all these entrepreneurs. You know, we have this thing called Builder Sundays at Shopify. I don't know if any of you have been there, but we open up both the Toronto office and the Montreal office every Sunday. Anyone can walk in. And I'll randomly show up if I'm in one of Montreal or Toronto, and I'll just randomly walk around and meet people that are building. Some of them are building apps on Shopify. Some of them are building totally random stuff that have nothing to do with commerce or Shopify. And I'm constantly blown away. And I've asked them, I was like, you know, what you're doing is really cool. Are you talking about that? And they're like, no, we're sort of heads down building. In the case of Wealthsimple, in the case of Cohere, it seems like you guys are building, but you're leaving breadcrumbs so other people can watch your building, can follow your stories. So let's open the kimono a little bit to what we've been talking about backstage, which is like, how do we become better storytellers? How have you become such a great storyteller for Cohere?
Well, first off, I don't know that I am. I think that, you know,
you always... are. Stop with the apologetic stuff.
It's a classic Canadian.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, cut the bullshit.
Canadian,
You're a great storyteller and a
yeah.
great entrepreneur.
No, you're right.
And we all got your fucking back. Right?
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, it's true. I mean, you're clapping to that, but like the people that want Cohere to win, first of all, is you. The other people that want Cohere to win is all of us, because if Cohere wins, all of us get better. The next round of Coheres get easier. If Shopify becomes a bigger company, everyone grows with it. Same with Wealthsimple. So, but talk about storytelling.
Yeah, no, I think that community aspect, like Shopify was who we pointed to say, no, we can start up in Toronto and we can win. Right. We said it is possible. There's N of one. There's one that's broken through. There's one tech company in the past quarter century of Canada's tech project. But you guys broke through, and you gave us that N of one. Before, it was impossible. And you showed that it was possible. And that's what we need. We need that domino to fall and to create so many more Shopifys, so many more Wealthsimples, successful Canadian scale-ups, companies. So that's really part of the issue. I've forgotten your question. Telling the story.
You being a great storyteller.
Yeah, telling the story. So I think part of storytelling comes from the people around you, the folks that you're interacting with, being tied into some sort of zeitgeist. And there is an emerging Toronto zeitgeist. I know we're going to have Vin here, who has really...
Internet Vin is just
if you don't know
a
him,
phenomenon.
You should know him. But what he's done with what the folks at 535 have done, building that community and creating these places where you can find each other, that's where stories spark from. You come up with ideas, you challenge each other, you find angles to present things in a way that's just, it's salient to the world. It resonates with people. Those, when I was starting up for Cohere, I didn't feel like I had them. They weren't really present. And we tried to create some of those spaces and we tried to invest in that. But it seems in the past, I don't know, since COVID, they've just started to blossom. Like these Toronto memes, like Vin launched the Brampton model. That blew up. Like everyone saw that, went completely viral. I think there's these ideas and memes, and there's this Toronto culture. We are fantastic storytellers. We're fantastic branders. We're able to craft something that the world wants to see. We just need to invest in it and spend the time doing it and do much more of it. Yeah, I think it's really about the more shots on goal you take, the more chances you get.
My view on storytelling is I think community matters and is incredibly helpful. But however great a community is, it's never going to build the business for you. And really what it comes down to is you've got to work on things that matter. And if you work on things that matter, that have a purpose, it becomes really easy to tell a story around it. I think about why we're talking about Canada right now. I often talk about how the reason I moved back to Canada was I was deeply worried about the trajectory of this country. We do two things here. We pull things out of the ground and we finance pulling things out of the ground. And if that's the story we tell my kids in 20 years, I think all of the wonderful things that we had, the education that got paid for, the healthcare that got paid for, the things we take for granted are going away. And so we have a desperate need to build Canada and to really reshape our economy. And the only way to do that is through entrepreneurship. And I think so if people have purpose and build things that matter, it becomes very easy to tell the story.
I love that. I mean, yeah. I mean, on that sort of, you came back because you didn't want Canada to be a just resource industry or economy. I'm going to, another quick poll in the crowd. How many of you in the room, either yourselves or your parents, were immigrants to Canada? Okay, so a huge chunk. My dad came here in the 50s from Hungary in the revolution. The reason that we came here, the reason our parents came here, if you go a couple generations back, every one of you is going to put your hand up, is because there was this opportunity in this country. There was this beautiful, shiny light that you can actually build something from nothing here. And, we sit around on stage here talking about how we're super ambitious of building these great companies and we're entrepreneurial because we want to solve big problems. But remember also that for many of our parents and grandparents, and maybe for ourselves, entrepreneurship didn't start because of some passion. It started because they had no choice. It started because they couldn't get a job working at a company, and so selling eggs at a farmer's market was the only way that my grandparents were able to put food on the table. And so the benefit that we all have right now is there is this momentum, and that I think is what these events are all about, is continuing this momentum. I do want to ask though, Mike, for you, as you kind of think about your lasting impression on this, I mean, how much is Wealthsimple for you a business and a company that you deeply care about, and how much of it is like the mission for you is so important, breaking down this false facade of infrastructure that we've been told we have to do from a banking perspective? Like, how do you kind of marry personal mission and professional mission with Wealthsimple?
For me, it's pretty easy. I mean, I think money matters. The way we talk about
Can you say that again?
Money matters.
Okay.
And I mean that because we talk about how financial freedom, and this isn't my line, I'm stealing this from the former dean of Harvard, talks about how financial freedom is the greatest form of dignity that you can offer another human being. Because when you think about it, all that really is, it's giving someone choice. The choice to live the life they want, to provide the life they want for their family. And the way the financial services industry has been operating for decades has not been about empowering financial freedom. It's too many fees that get in the way of people actually achieving a better outcome for themselves and their families. Moving money, making choices is way too complicated. It's meant to be overwhelming and disempowering. And so what work we're doing to try to give everybody access to the best tools to build wealth, we think really matters. And so I think, just going back to your previous comments around community and being entrepreneurs in this room, I think everybody should also take away one other message from today is no one's going to go do it for you. There's problems that matter all over the place. And we in Canada have one other problem in addition to a little bit, we need to be more ambitious, is we like to talk about issues. So I'm breaking a rule of my own. I have a rule that I don't like to speak on panels to talk about this issue because I found I kept getting invited to speak on panels every week about how Canada needs to be more ambitious. And decided 2 years ago, instead of talking about the issue, I would try and do something else about it. So started a startup studio called Simple Ventures. Harley, thank you for being a part of that as well. And our goal is to launch 3 new great Canadian companies every year. And it was just another attempt to say, let's stop talking about this issue and what more can you do for the ecosystem and just get out there and build.
I love that. I mean, there is a bit of a, I think we all kind of feel it. Like, there's a bit of a moment in time right now. We're all kind of done talking about the problems. We're done lamenting. It does feel collectively, as Canadian entrepreneurs, all of us have just kind of decided to just stop with the complaining and let's fucking build. And I think that moment, I don't know what it was. I mean, obviously, politicians have changed. Certainly, we're out of the COVID kind of wave. It's the summer right now. Weather in Toronto is always like this. But something has definitely changed in the atmosphere. And we all kind of feel it, that we're done with the complaining. It's time to just go get it. And part of the reason I think that it's important for, look, I take the responsibility of Shopify in Canada very seriously. I like hearing this, we need more Shopify line, but what I hear when someone says, how do we create more Shopifys, what I really hear is, how can I help others create their own versions of a large, globally important company? I also don't think we have the quantity of people that other countries do. What we do have is we have each other's backs in a way that I don't think any other country has. I mean, the green room was effectively a love fest back there. Everyone walks in, it just hugs and how can I help back there? That is uniquely us. And so this sort of next phase of building and helping and supporting each other, I think is a wonderful one. I don't really have a question about that, but I don't know. What do you want to say about that?
I have this story. So when I was part of the team that created the Transformer, I was an intern at Google. I was down in Mountain View in their headquarters. And I remember walking in on the first day, and I was I had just got started 3rd year of undergrad at U of T.
How old are you at this stage?
I was 19 or 20, something like that. I couldn't drink down in the US. I knew that. I didn't have a fake ID. But what happened was, literally on my first day, I walked into Google. They have these things called micro kitchens, MKs, little kitchens where people congregate, talk to each other.
Google.
The first day I walk past the MK and I hear French, Quebecois French. And I turn and it's Sammy Bengio and Guillaume talking to each other. And then I sit down at my desk and there's another Canadian next to me. And I realized, holy shit, the best AI lab doing the most cutting edge research on the face of the planet is run by Canadians.
It's amazing.
It's a bunch of Canadians, we built this. And so it really hit me in that moment. Canada contributes so much to the world, and we sort of give it freely. We just hand it to the world. And it's time that Canada got something back for that. It's time that we actually benefited from the incredible people that that we produce and the culture that we've created that just consistently leads to the best people in their fields. We can't just give it away for free anymore. We need to create Canadian institutions that deliver that to the world.
How do you think we do that? What is the most effective way to do that?
We start building. Right now, I actually got an email last week from a founder that I had invested in here in Toronto. And he said, hey, Aiden, a few questions for you. One of them was about his product. The next one was, oh, by the way, so I got accepted into this, I won't name the VC fund, but they're big tier 1 Silicon Valley VC program for incubation. They want me to flip my company to a Delaware corp. How did you do that? Which lawyers did you use? And I was just like, don't do it. Refuse. Don't do it. You're here to build a Canadian company. We need this. Do not flip to a Delaware corp. Keep the Canadian head corp. They'll be happy with a sub, et cetera, et cetera. But that is the sort of pressures that Canadians need to start saying no to. You need to start saying no. And in the venture community, in the growth equity community, you need to provide the capital and the resources, the community, the incubation programs. I actually think we have a lot of those, and they're quite good. So the place where we need to invest is, I think, on the growth side rather than the venture side. But we need to provide those resources, that capital, to Canadians here. Otherwise, I got to see and intervene in that opportunity because luckily that founder reached out to me. But this happens passively constantly. All of our little bright lights that start, these ambitious Canadians who want to build a global company inside of Canada, they get pulled. And so we need to take an active, nationalistic stance to build for Canada.
So if there are people in this room right now that are getting pressured as we speak to do something like that, can they call you?
Call me.
Okay.
Call me.
I'm actually serious about that because one of the things I do think it's important is, some of you in the room have heard this story. I literally have told the story 1,000 times. But the pressure that we got during our Series A, this is 2010 Shopify, that the Series A would be conditional on a move to the Valley, and we refused. And someone else came, we refused that as well. And eventually we found an incredible investor group who didn't care where the hell we were based. What they cared about was what we were building and how ambitious was our vision, and was the team right, was the product going the right direction. And the reason I tell this story is because I want to remind everyone that there are still going to be people that are still going to want to pull you down, and you can say no.
You can say no.
Yeah, you feel like you got to say something, so give it to us.
I think that's totally right on. In our case, no one wanted to invest when we started the company because nobody believed we could do something
it's a whole
in
different
financial
issue.
services.
Yeah.
So we did something like a little atypical. We went to a great Canadian, existing institution in Power Corp, and they provided our initial funding, which is maybe a story about there's many different paths to building a big.
How'd you know to do that? We all sort of know the traditional angel, VC, Series A, BC, M&A, or IPO kind of path. How'd you know even to call up? And I know, your investors are incredible people. I mean, the Desmarais and what they've built in Canada, they are iconic. We should be celebrating and following their footsteps. How'd you even know to do that?
I wouldn't say that there was a master plan. I'd say it was literally no one wanted to invest. And so it became about how do you hustle your way into doing what is required to build the company. And so we were lucky that, when we first started the business, one thing we did to the point of community, which is a little atypical as well, is I'd never worked in the industry. I knew trust would be really important to what we asked people for their life savings. You can imagine what the conversation was like on day one. I'd go and tell people we're going to make investing simple, low cost. It's going to be great. Their question was, oh, Mike, that sounds awesome. How many clients do you have? Well, if you sign up, we'll have one. Like no one wants to be the first client of a wealth management company, right? And so we thought that if we could get these kind of industry titans to invest, we would be able to coast off a little bit of their reputation and credibility. And so we went to folks that had built businesses and been successful in financial services rather than in tech, who were very excited about backing the future of the industry. And it was, that fed on itself. One of those made the introduction to the Desmarais, which ultimately led to us pulling that round together.
How has that path been for you? Has it been the right path for Wealthsimple?
Totally. For us, it meant that we could focus on building the business. They effectively became our exclusive capital provider for a number of years, and we were able to scale the business and just focus on execution. And we've since, diversified, where we now have some of the best investors from all over the world who similarly have invested in Canada. I think until you guys did it, we were the largest round, only to be passed by Cohere
Womp
in
womp.
Canadian history, which is excellent. To your
It's
point
amazing.
of who's going to be the next one? Someone in this room, I really hope. And for many of those funds, it was their first time ever investing in Canada. They've since made several investments, and I think that now, to your point of building on those that came before you, it's much easier than it was 10 years ago. Doesn't mean it's easy, but it's much easier in some ways than it was 10 years ago.
I mean, let me ask this. Although I think the most exciting industry in the whole wide world is retail and commerce, and you probably think it's financial services and wealth management. Let's just say the thing, AI right now, like you are the prettiest girl at the dance. I mean, you are so pretty. It's shocking, actually. I mean that sincerely. You're very pretty.
Wow.
But you are the prettiest girl at the dance right now. And Mike mentioned this idea of building here. You mentioned the two letters HQ. I think a lot about why it's important to have HQ companies here, not branch offices. I love having great companies internationally invest here, but nothing gives me more great excitement and joy than seeing a great Canadian HQ. I study Alain Bouchard from Couche-Tard. I study Guy Laliberté. I study the Demrays and the Bronfmans at Seagrams and Danny Reese at Canada Goose and all these, those are the people those are the proverbial posters on my wall. I love the fact that most of you don't even know who Alain Bouchard is, but the guy owns literally every convenience store in America. He owns Circle K. This Quebec French-Canadian entrepreneur owns all the convenience stores in America. So I love these stories of I wish he was louder about it, but I love these stories of that. Because you are so pretty, Aiden, you're getting all these people coming to you and saying, okay, it's time to get acquired. It's time to become part of this bigger thing. And I know exactly how these M&A teams talk and how they pitch. And it's all about, you can do exactly what you're doing at your company, but on a much bigger scale at our company. And you will have life-changing amounts of capital flow in. Your family will not have to work for generations if you don't want. The pitches are fairly compelling. The way that we resisted was we didn't return phone calls to M&A, to corp dev departments at Shopify in the early days. We just didn't call them back. We knew that would start a cycle of conversation that would lead to a potential term sheet from some company for a lot of money saying, we want to buy Shopify. And so the way we avoided it was we didn't return those phone calls. But we were not getting the type of offers you must be getting. How do you avoid that?
We're just not open for it. We're not for sale. There's a full belief in all three co-founders that we're not done building. Any sort of exit that would take us out of Canada is only if we fail. And we haven't failed. We're still growing super quickly. And so I think acquisition is failure. It's ending this process of building. And who knows, maybe Cohere fails, maybe we succeed, but I'm certainly building to succeed. And so I don't have time while I'm building for this reality to consider the other one. So like you, we just ignore it, let it go by, lots of missed calls. But every time we do it, we're grateful. There was early on a moment where we got a acquisition from a very large US company. An offer came in and we spent some time and we invested in it. And eventually we said no. And I'm so grateful. Looking at that number and where Cohere is today, it's just...
Were you close?
We were very close. It was a
Wow.
board level, what do we do? Do we take this seriously?
And what was
this
what
was
was that thing?
before ChatGPT. The number of people talking to language models in the world was 56 or something.
56 people.
People,
Not
yeah.
thousands,
So
yeah.
there was nobody was caring about language models. There was no market for what we were building. No one had bought a language model. No one was using a language model. So it was a very non-obvious moment. So we considered this crazy, 9-figure offer. But I am so, so grateful we didn't take it.
Yeah, we are all grateful, too, for you to walk away from a 9-figure fucking offer and continue to build here. I mean, that deserves a round of applause, no? It's that's it. That's the secret to it. This is amazing. You're also a very good storyteller. I don't buy your bullshit, so... I want to ask. We got to wrap up pretty soon, so I want to ask you each one last question. Maybe it's sort of your closing remarks. You're sitting in front of. Actually, let me say this. There is. Should I say it? Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Okay. There has never been a $1 trillion market cap company created in Canadian history. Not one, ever. Some companies got big and no longer around, but there's never been a $1 trillion or more market cap company or valued company in Canada in the history of our country. I believe that someone in this room right now, maybe on the stage, maybe in the crowd, will be the person to do that. I absolutely believe that someone in this room is going to create a $1 trillion company over the next decade or maybe two. I love the sign in the back. No comment on that. And just to say the thing, whoever does that, you have not just our full support, you have the entire support of the entire country. We are behind you. We will support you. If you need to know how to think about multi-voting shares, or you want to think about cross listings on US and Canada, or you want to think about assembling the greatest IR team, call me. I will help you do anything you need to do to get to that point. So my hope is that someone in this room does that. What is your hope, Aiden? I'll start with you and end with you, Mike, for Canada, for entrepreneurs, for this room over the next decade?
My hope is that Canadians commit to the country and decide to build here. I think it's never been more important to be a Canadian entrepreneur. This moment in time, I really feel that our country is under threat. I feel that the box of Canada's sovereignty has been opened, and it can't be closed. That question has been presented: should Canada exist? It's been opened, and it needs an answer. If we don't strengthen our economy, if we don't build a diverse supply chain, if we don't build a diverse set of companies that don't rely on just natural resources, or just finance, or just whatever, we will not be here in half a century. It is existential. And so we need to build for our country, and that takes a deep commitment and deep ambition. It won't be enough to just serve the Canadian market. You're going to have to build for the world. Now, the flip side is, because of this situation that we're in, the opportunity is huge. Everyone trusts Canada. Everyone wants to support Canada. Everyone wants to buy Canadian across the world. I just came from Rome. We have offices in the Middle East and Asia. Everyone I speak to loves Canada. They want to buy your product. Give them a reason. Go build it. Go scale across the world. That is the only way we'll keep our country safe. So there's one team, and it's Team Canada, and we really need to fight for this. Fight for our home.
Love that. Hell yes. Mike, take us home.
I mean, I'm not sure I have much to add, but maybe I'll add a spin on it. When I started the company 10 years ago, I would go around in forums like this talking about how Canada needed to be more ambitious, and I would quote one of my favorite books at the time, Why Mexicans Don't Drink Molson by Andrew Mandel Campbell. And it was a sad commentary on Canadian business. It goes through 5 industries, and it talks about how Canada has all of the ingredients to build world champion companies, and yet has failed to figure out the recipe. And the headline of the book is, why is it that Mexico, a country with very little fresh water and barley, produces 20 times more beer than Canada, which is a world leader in both of those? So if I had any wish, it's my kids, who are very young today, will never read that book, because we will toss it out and it will be irrelevant, because of the people in this room will have gone on to build world-leading companies, and Canada will have assumed its rightful place in the global economy. And I think, wouldn't that be an incredible thing for us to hope for?
So, Mike, Aiden, thank you for being leaders. Thank you for being champions. Thank you for inspiring all of us, me included, in your own journeys. To all of you, just before we wrap up, let me just say that if you are an entrepreneur in the room and you are building something and you want to do something big, ambitious, and you're doing it from Canada, just know that you have all of us behind you. You have Mike, you have Aiden, you certainly have me and the entire community behind you to help you build and scale. And all we ask is that you do things and you tell a lot of people. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you.
All right. Another massive round of applause for Harley, Mike, and Aiden. Truly great Canadian entrepreneurs. Okay, before our first vignette, I just wanted to touch on this topic of Canadian storytelling again, because we've talked a lot about stories and telling better and new stories. And some of you might have a bit of a magazine in your hand that you saw rolling around on robots out there, which, yes, is a real thing in 2025. BetaKit yesterday, our media partner, dropped their first ever issue of BetaKit Most Ambitious. And we wanted to roll a clip to give you a quick look at what's inside that magazine. Take a look.
There is a story we tell ourselves. It defines us in comparison with other places. It ignores our achievements and underplays our connections. It tells us great things aren't possible here. Forget that story. It's time to tell a different one. Technology is about innovation and ideas. On that front, Canada is the stuff of legend. Our thinking has shaped foundational technologies and birthed whole industries. In 2025, Canada is at a crossroads. The global order has shifted, and diplomacy and trade are focused on defense, manufacturing, AI, and superconductors, issues that are synonymous with tech. Entrepreneurs can play a central role in what happens next. This isn't just about creating new companies and new wealth. It's about industry, intellectual property, and job creation. It's about doing things better, faster, and for more people. Canada has the opportunity to turn its core assets into world-leading strengths. We can convince young people to stay here and attract great minds from around the world. To do that, we need people to believe they can build things here. We need to show them it's true. That's a story we're proud to tell.
Now, for our first vignette, I'm so excited about this one. You may know him as Internet Vin. He's a creator, a filmmaker, and the co-founder of New, a multidisciplinary studio that's been elevating the story of the Toronto tech and creative communities. He's also the unofficial instigator of all East versus West End tech beef in the city, which I believe started with a Jamaican patty from the guys at 535. Vin's always had a different way of understanding Toronto, and today he's bringing that knowledge to us. Please welcome Vin.
What's up? You can, oh yeah, you can hear me, okay. So let's try this out. Okay. So, my name is Vin. Wait, is this working? Oh, there. My name is Vin. If you follow me online, you might know me as Internet Vin. And I'm the co-founder of New, which is a design company based out of the West End of Toronto. For as long as I can remember, I wanted to leave Toronto. It felt like everything exciting was happening somewhere else. Every narrative that was pulling me was from some other place. Every time I saw greatness, it was from some other world. And I wanted to experience greatness. I wanted to realize my potential. So I wanted to go to these places. And that became my mission. I would work as hard as I could, and then as soon as I got the chance, I would leave. If I wanted to make it in tech, I'd go to San Francisco. If I wanted to make it in film, I'd go to Los Angeles. And if I wanted to just make it, I'd go to New York City. When my son was born, this feeling intensified. It felt like this critical moment. If we were going to leave, we needed to leave now. And so we tried different places. We tried LA, Mexico City, Tokyo, Vancouver. I was pretty much down to live anywhere except Toronto. But no matter where we would go, my wife would always say it wasn't as good as home. She actually liked this place. But for me, staying here felt like failure. I had worked so hard to get to a point where I could take this next step and leave. And now if we weren't going to do it, what was the point? It feels like I just wasted all that time. And if we were going to keep staying in Toronto, it felt like I'd be wasting my life. But then I saw a sign. I saw something that was right in front of my eyes the whole time. I'd see it in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. I'd see it outside restaurants and plazas. I'd see it on the highway. I'd see it on the streets. Do you see it? It was this thing. Yours to discover. I saw this and I thought, I don't know, man, maybe I should just try this out, you know? Maybe this place is mine to discover. You know, maybe the problem isn't the city, maybe the problem is me, you know? Maybe I haven't maybe I don't even understand this place. Maybe I've dismissed it without even knowing what it is. So I decided to try it out. I started walking around, asking questions, paying attention to things, looking at things as if I hadn't seen them before, looking at them as if I was looking at them for the first time. And I started to discover things. I started to notice patterns. I started to find my own hidden gems. I don't know if you knew this, but IMAX is in Mississauga. So the story with IMAX is that these three guys were trying to project a very large image onto a screen at the Montreal Expo in 1967. And to do that, they needed to get multiple projectors in sync. And they were so frustrated by doing this that they decided to solve it for good. And they did. And in the process of trying to achieve this, they had to make their own film, which meant they had to make their own cameras, which meant they had to make their own projectors, which meant they had to make their own theaters. It's just really impressive that they've been able to do this. And now everybody knows what IMAX is. The whole world knows it's the best possible way to watch a movie. And it's cool that it's just happening in Mississauga. And look at these two images. One of them is the most complex operations that have ever been created by humanity. And the other's just launching rockets. And so I looked into the Mandarin, and it was created by James, Diana, and George Chu, as well as Casey Chang. And these are individuals that were working in kitchens in Montreal and New York City. And I don't know why this happened, but for some reason they got together and they're like, forget all this. Let's create the world's best all-you-can-eat Chinese restaurant, and let's do it in Brampton. And that's what they did. And if you haven't been to the Mandarin, it's kind of hard to describe what it is exactly. It's this all-you-can-eat Chinese restaurant, but it's also an aquarium. And it's also kind of a zoo, too. The simplest way I've found to describe what the Mandarin is just to say, at the Mandarin, there's something for everyone, right? They're doing a lot. For example, every single time you're at your table and you go to the buffet, every single time you get a new plate, every single time. So if you go there with 4 people and you get up 4 times, that's 16 plates for the table. That doesn't include glasses, bowls, utensils, random dishes you grabbed at the buffet and stuff. It's a lot. And nobody gets up just 4 times, you know? People are getting up 10 times. And nobody goes to the Mandarin with 4 people. They go there with 15 people. And so the more you look around at this restaurant, the more you see all these little details and decisions and complexities. And it's just amazing. It got me thinking. Like, I think it's really, 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 really hard to create a company that builds and launches rockets. I just think that, like, creating an all-you-can-eat Chinese restaurant that does hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, it's just harder. It's just harder. Like, I don't think Elon Musk could just do this. Like, I don't think he'd just spin it up, you know? And also, like, everyone that works at SpaceX is, like, they work there from here. And I went to Waterloo, and obviously, like, I think everyone knows there's really smart people there, but what caught my attention was this plaza that's, like, across the street. And it kind of looks like every other plaza in the Greater Toronto area, right? It's, like, kind of hard to find parking most of the day. There'll be some random Indian dude blasting Punjabi music in a convertible Ford Mustang. There's like Mr. Chen's, Baba Grill, these two Chinese joints. There's Vietnamese restaurants, Indian restaurants. There's Nuri Village, this Korean restaurant. There's like 10 shawarma spots and a Williams and a Harvey's, you know? But at the same time, there's like these brilliant engineering students and professors that are like walking in between the cars and in and out of the restaurants. And so there's like these serendipitous conversations that are happening, right? And of course, they're talking about like life and culture and food, but they're also talking about like science, technology, the future, and complex engineering problems. It was the first time that I saw a place that looked so familiar to me, but at the same time so futuristic. And I think it's cool that Waterloo has become this like globally useful thing, but at the same time when you go there, it's like very obvious to tell that it's happened in a way that could have only happened here. And all of these experiences are influencing like what we're doing with New, which is about understanding and supporting local technology and creative ecosystems. So when we were frustrated with the demo scene in Toronto, we created our own event series and called it New Demos, and we put our logo on a Jamaican beef patty. It always happens in a movie theater, and we bring technologists and artists into the same place. When we didn't like the hackathons here, we created our own and called them New Builds. There was like an all-star draft at the Ace Hotel, and we even created our own championship rings. It was like formal attire. And when we needed a space to support multidisciplinary individuals and teams, we created a new stadium. That's what we're working on right now. It's at 83 Walnut Avenue. And so I definitely don't want to leave this place anymore. I think I would maybe like die for Mississauga, but like I think I actually just really want to understand this place. I want to understand everything about it. I want to understand Markham, Brampton, Scarborough. I want to know it all, and I don't want anyone to know it better than I do. And I think what I've learned from this process is that if I'm constantly looking somewhere else, then I'm always going to be blind to what's right in front of me. Thank you for everything.
I definitely know where everyone's going for dinner this weekend. That's going to be $201 million this year. Another big round of applause for Vin. Takes a lot to come up here and share the story. Yours to discover. What Vin tells us is ask not what Toronto can do for you, but what you can do for Toronto. A man willing to die for Mississauga. That mindset of giving more than you take is what so many successful Canadian builders have in common. And when we all operate that way, that lifts the entire ecosystem. The whole community benefits. Toronto's also given a lot to the whole world. Say, for example, deep learning and modern AI. You're welcome. Our next Fireside is about how we take that legacy even further, bridging research and industry to create real-world impacts in AI. And you saw the explosion of real-world problems in that most ambitious video that are being solved here in our backyard. So please welcome Raquel Erdison, founder and CEO of Wabi, who's building the next generation of autonomous trucking, and Sonia Fidler, VP of AI Research at NVIDIA, who's handpicked by Jensen to head this lab, both co-founders of the Vector Institute, prior faculty at U of T and at the forefront of AI advancement here in our backyard. And they're joined by Mike Murchison, CEO and co-founder of Ada, a conversational AI leader right here at home. Welcome.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. We are super excited today to talk about two things. We're going to talk about the frontier of AI, how AI is entering the physical world, and we're also going to talk about how Toronto gives AI companies an edge. You guys ready to get into it?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Okay, well, Sonia, let's start with you. As we just heard from Satish, Jensen selected you and Toronto to lead the Spatial Intelligence Lab for NVIDIA. Why don't you walk us through when that happened and how's it going? I don't think much of the audience actually appreciates just how significant this lab is and that it's right here in Toronto.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hi, everyone. Thanks for inviting me. Yeah, I think I'm going to start where probably everything started, which is AlexNet. Everyone knows AlexNet, right? That was 2012. And it started with a very important problem, computer vision, that many industries care about, right? There was a major breakthrough in performance. And how that was achieved is basically three visionaries coming together in like this one breakthrough. One was data. For machine learning, you need data. So Fei-Fei Li at Stanford, kind of saw we need to scale data. That's going to be the future. That was the ImageNet data set. Then was model, which was neural nets. Jeff Hinton and his students, he was a believer for decades, right? Simple ideas, right? Most scalable. They made it work. And then there was CUDA, right? So the neural nets plus data met CUDA with the chip. And that was Jensen's vision. He released CUDA in 2006. By basically opening up the parallelism on the GPU to general computing. That was his vision at the time. Or at the time, the chips were mainly used to accelerate graphics, and this basically opened up to just general computing. And at the time, it was quite a departure, actually, from kind of the core business of NVIDIA. So this was really kind of like a visionary bet. And what I heard from someone that was at NVIDIA at the time is that he said, one day, there's going to be a grad student or a researcher that's going to use this to do something really amazing that we cannot even think about today, right? And all that kind of came together with AlexNet, and then really changed the world, right? Everyone started investing in AI. So it was very clear that, Toronto has a lot of talent, right? So I think NVIDIA kind of had an eye of, opening a lab here. Yeah. I met Jensen at a CVPR. This was a major conference in computer vision in 2017 at a party. And we hit it off, and that's basically how we started the lab.
I think that's a really important point in Toronto's AI history, AlexNet. I think it's one that everyone in the audience should understand, because it is a catalyst for very much what we're experiencing today. And one of those companies that has been extremely successful that we might view as having been catalyzed in part indirectly by AlexNet is, of course, Wabi. Now, Raquel, you are a U of T professor. You were the chief scientist at Uber ATG, where you ran the autonomy division. And you've since started Wabi. Why don't you just give everyone an understanding of that journey and where Wabi is today?
Yeah, and I will echo and I will start where Sonia kind of left it off, which is amazing talent, research, ecosystem here in Toronto that, I think attracted many of us, including us to, we came here as academics, reason being that the technology wasn't yet ready to make that leap in terms of really transforming the world. So there was a lot to do in the development of algorithms, etc. And then it was the moment to kind of join industry and being able to be in a kind of top tech company that set really significant labs in Toronto was actually very, very important in order to really cultivate an ecosystem where everybody was very excited to come here, to stay here versus, okay, there is no NVIDIA, there is no Uber, there is no Google, therefore I'm going to go to the Silicon Valley. So that kind of created that ecosystem. And then what you see now is many of us, Aidan was here before, right, that left the big tech labs to then start our own venture, right? And it's been amazing to see kind of like now, full Canadian companies really making tremendous impact in the world. And in the case of Wabi, 4 years ago, I saw a tremendous opportunity to be a disruptor for the self-driving industry. As for context, if you look at robotaxis, $5 trillion market. If you look at self-driving trucks, $4 trillion market. These are massive industries with, a handful of competitors on them. And what really brought us to that moment was this idea that instead of trying to do what everybody was doing, these very hand-engineered approaches that I didn't think it will get us there. Following on what Sania said is, well, we need to reinvent the way that we think about data. And we need to reinvent the way that we think about autonomy by thinking about, what AI can really do for us. So it was very contrarian at the time. With Wabi, we started a company on end-to-end autonomous driving. This is before, Tesla or anybody was doing anything like this. And also we bet in terms of we will never observe enough data, therefore we're going to build a matrix for self-driving. What is this? A simulator that is so high fidelity that you cannot make the difference between the real world and simulation, and therefore you solve the data problem. The rest is history. 4 years in, we are about to deploy with no human on board. We have been doing, commercial operations in the US for a few years with, top, Fortune 500 companies, and it's really exciting to be doing this from here, from Toronto.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I think a pretty bold bet to have made when you did it, to rely on simulated data or data from a simulated environment and not real world road data to train the Wabi driver. And it's amazing to see that paying off. Now, congrats on the Volvo partnership earlier this year. Let's talk a little bit about, let's lay the foundation for what spatial intelligence actually is, because I want all the founders in the room to walk away with some understanding of, again, the frontier of AI and some of the opportunities that Toronto's creating right here for us. So Sonia, maybe you could walk us through what is spatial intelligence and why is it so significant?
Yeah, so everyone knows right now large language models, right? Because this is the biggest success these days. You see with ChatGPT and alike, right? However, we all live in a 3D world, right? We're sitting here in a 3D world. That's the physical world, the 3D world. And many industries actually rely on processing 3D data as opposed to just text data, 3D tokens as opposed to text tokens. For example, robotics, right? Autonomous driving, general robotics, warehouse robotics. They all need to operate and navigate and do things in a 3D world. So you need intelligence that can do that, perceive the world, create digital twins and so on. Raquel can talk a lot about that later on. Other fields, for example, engineering, architecture, before you actually build a house, build a building, you need to simulate it, right? All the physics elements and really optimize it to create, a really good environment, a bridge or whatnot. Gaming, a lot of games are in 3D, right? And they're going to have more and more AI in it, right? Where all the agents are going to be operating maybe with AI rather than just scripted behaviors. Film, a lot of movies are in 3D. We are 3D, so healthcare, need to actually analyze us in 3D. So basically, there's just so much I could keep going, right? So spatial intelligence is really trying to tackle 3D data. And it starts with a bunch of things, right? One is just really good infrastructure, right? Such that now I go to another dimension. I go from 2D images into 3D. And that basically faces one of the hardest computational problems, right? An added dimension, right? There's just so much resolution here, a large space, but at the same time, I can tell there's something on that shoe, which is really precise, right? So you need, frameworks that can do MLOps, so AI, on really efficient 3D data structure, right? And leverage the fact that it's sparse, and most of the space is actually empty, right? And that kind of the enabling infrastructure so that people can kind of build their AI on top of that. And then there's different core areas of research that we need to invest in, right? So everything that you're doing in 2D, now you want to do in 3D, right? So generate 3D content, generate environments, understand environments, what's going on, right? Create digital twins, right, for different industries. So there's a lot of research that needs to be done there, and it's really kind of the next frontier where all this is going. Yeah.
Well, Wabi represents one of the use cases of spatial intelligence. Raquel, could you walk us through, like, it's pretty exciting to hear your vision of Wabi, not only as an autonomous driving business, but as a spatial intelligence company. Mm-hmm. Could you speak a little bit about the maybe subsequent use cases after you roll out or the leader in autonomous driving? What happens next?
Yeah. So all our technology, both the autonomy, the brain of the robot, as well as the simulator, is built so that we can actually very easily do other use cases in the future, and I would say in the near future. I will tease that here. And this can be, right now we do self-driving trucks, Class 8 trucks, the biggest, kind of trucks that you can see, out there in the world. But you can do things like humanoid robots. You can do drones. You can do warehouse robotics. You can do, robots that pick up stuff and whatnot, right? All these different things are, to Sania's point before, they need to understand the 3D world. They need to interact with it, including humans, which is, one of the main difficulties, for any robot is how do you do that in a safe manner, right? So it's very exciting to see kind of the whole vision of Wabi is, yes, start with trucks, right? And we talk about as, it's a massive opportunity, but this is just the beginning of, you're going to see robots everywhere, and, there are going to be many of them Wabi branded, which is, a very, very, I would say, exciting moment. But as you deploy physical AI technology in the real world, there is actually a few things that you need to take into account that are a little bit different than the digital world and makes the task actually more complex. So let me walk you through the, three things in particular.
Yeah, do.
The first one is, well, these systems need to really be able to handle all the scenarios, all things that you're going to see in the real world, regardless of whether you have them on your training data. So they need to be able to generalize to the unknown to anything, right? Why is this? Because, well, they're physical, and they interact with us. So there is tremendous consequences if they actually do the wrong thing, right? So that's actually a category that is not about memorization and then, prompting multiple times. You don't have that luxury. It has to work all the time. The second one is that you have to be, your system has to be very, very efficient. You cannot just send it to the cloud and say, okay, give me an answer. Well, you're driving in the real world. There's safety critical situations happening all the time. Yeah. In a fraction of the second, you need to actually do, the right maneuver, all the time in these systems, right? So you need to be, embedded in the vehicle, right? Not rely on any connectivity, and be very safe. And the last bit is that, well, we talk about consequences, we talk about safety, but it's not enough to be safe. And people oftentimes are confused about what do you mean, Raquel? So not only you need to be safe, you need to be able to prove that you are safe. Because prior to deployment, you need to show this is my safety case. This is why we are safer than humans. This is why it's a great idea to actually deploy our trucks, on public roads and save many lives, right? And that actually, kind of puts the frontier in terms of what you need to develop to the next level compared to the digital world where, you can deploy things and safety sometimes, is an afterthought. Here it has to be at the core of everything that you build. And that kind of guided the type of approach that we did with simulation first, right, as we talk about, because you will never observe, enough data. If you look at driving on highways, death on the road when a human is driving is every 100 million miles. Right, it will take many, many lives to get there. And nobody has the fleet sizes to actually prove safety, right? So it was mandatory to be able to do something different that actually breaks the statistics with no consequences, right? And the same in terms of the stack was, in a way that you can verify the system while being end-to-end. It was a big, I would say, step forward in terms of what the industry was. So it's, coming back to the point about, this panel is about research, innovation, and delivering in the real world. Right? These are examples where, you really need to push to the next, the next level, and you need to do fundamental research, but for something that you can really deploy. And there is a very, very interesting kind of ways to do that. And NVIDIA and Wabi being, two pioneer companies in that, being able to combine these two things to really have tremendous impact in the world.
Yeah, just to kind of echo what Raquel is saying, right? So when we watch these computer graphics movies, right? When the recipient is a human, it needs to look beautiful. It needs to look catchy, right? So it kind of captures our imagination. when the recipient is a robot, it needs to be boring. It needs to be like the real world, you know? It needs to be physically accurate. And simulating the world is extremely hard, right? Imagine a robot making you dinner, right? Breaking an egg, you know, there's always, I'm a bad cook, so fire happens from time to time, right? And those are like a different physics phenomena that even interact with each other. Seems easy to you guys, but it's actually extremely hard. And you know, like Raquel said, that's still the frontier. When we build these robots, we need to keep advancing on the physical realism of these simulations, as well as kind of the coverage of everything that can happen in the world.
It's amazing to think about how much is unlocked by proper simulation. Like, there's a lot of software founders in the room who, you know, are building applications, and they have their own eval suites, and they have a window into, I think, what simulation looks like, you know, with language. When we think about simulation in the physical world, and it's pretty amazing to think about the humanoid robots that we're all going to have in our own homes. Like, those are going to be tested and safe in the equivalent of a Wabi world, where they won't reach our home until they've gone through, you know, hundreds of thousands of hours of training virtually. It's completely fascinating. What are some of the hardest problems that need to be solved from when it comes to transferring sim to real world? What are the edges of that right now? Either of you want to speak to that?
Raquel has probably the most experience with that.
Yeah, go for it, Raquel.
Yeah. So, you know, if you look at you know, simulation systems that you know, were available in the industry when we started with this vision of, you know, simulation first, there was a big what is called domain gap, which means that you know, when you test the system in simulation and you try to expose it to similar things in the real world, the system reacts or acts very, very differently, right? Because that simulation systems were in high fidelity. They might look cool, but you know, the self-driving systems or you know, robotic systems that are based on AI, the AI system is actually pretty clever, and very quickly can say, no, this is simulation, right? You're not going to fool me. You know, there was a lot of work that needed to be done in terms of kind of pushing Gen AI to the next level to build simulation systems that were scalable, diverse, controllable, simulation systems with the level of realism was such that was the same as reality.
Sorry, meaning the AI, one of the problems solved was the AI was aware that it was a simulation.
Yeah, it would behave very differently. It was aware that you know, this is a different environment, right? And then even if you use, you know, simulation for training, it didn't really matter that much in the real world unless you had very little data. You know, for example, if you emergency vehicles or things like this that you very rarely see in the world. So we needed to really redefine simulation, right, and build a simulation system that was very, very different from anything that was available out there. And you know, a few months ago, we actually put a white paper out showing that you know, how you can actually measure realism so that you know, for robots, you know, whether it's driving or acting in simulation is the same as the real world. And then we showcase that basically the domain gap of Wabi world is basically 0, which means that now you have the ultimate way to generate, you know, all possible data, and you have the ultimate way to also assess the safety of your system in a way that you can expose it to accidents, to safety critical things, to very rare events, things that there is no way, you know, that you could do it beforehand, right? And it's been amazing to see, and you know, it's the ultimate also, like for example, driving test, you know, for anybody in the industry. It's something that we're talking to regulators about, right? And you know, Canada wants to lead in safety and AI safety, you know, and this is, you know, simulation is an area where Canada has, you know, some of the best research and the, you know, and simulation systems out there. So it's very exciting to see, you know, kind of like pushing that to the next level.
It's fascinating. I think, you know, right now we think a lot about it inside Ada. If you have the best evals, you have the best language AI. It seems to be the case that if you have the best simulation, you're going to have the best physical AI applications ahead. I think that's very, very compelling. Let's talk about the pace of research, because I think a lot of folks in the room right now are very much trying to keep up with the torrid pace of research. This is a pretty compelling time right now to be building, in part because research feels to be quite a bit ahead of its application in many ways. Sana, you're someone who's pushing the pace of this research, so thank you very much. What advice would you have what advice would you give to builders who are downstream of what's coming out of your lab?
Seems like I'm the bad person here in this story.
No, we appreciate
Who
it.
feels like there's high pace right now? No one, all right, so they disagree with you. Actually, like the game has also changed for AI research a little bit, right? Because we used to do projects that were, 1, 2, 3 people, right? And you were perfectly successful getting your idea and implementing it and showing something really great, right? And there was way few people working on it globally, right? So there was even less competition if you think about it. These days, the bar is like so much higher, right? Even for research, if you're pushing innovation, it's just like completely different atmosphere, right? So even in research these days, we do many people working on the same project. You need to build the right infrastructure, collect the right data, curate that data, build the infrastructure for training these large models, kind of this model data flywheel to keep improving the models. So even research these days is like a big team working on it, sometimes even cross-team collaborations, which is kind of similar to building a product in some sense. You need to make a bet, right? You don't have infinite amount of people, so you need to make a bet about what you research, what's going to be the focus of that research. So I would say like we're all kind of in the same boat, right? We all see this high pace happening around us. I would say that like my advice here would really be to nurture deep expertise inside and just be aware of what's happening, right? What does that mean, right? So there's going to be related technology coming out all the time, like really all the time, all right? And sometimes it's hype. Sometimes it's a real threat to you, and you might actually want to pivot a little bit, right? Oftentimes, or I would say most oftentimes, it's actually an opportunity, right? It's an actual opportunity, and you have the domain knowledge, you maybe have users, the ecosystem, the infrastructure, that really puts you kind of at the forefront of that. So you should just kind of leverage the technology to build your product better. Like a really great example of that is actually, I read a couple of months ago when Ilya Sutskever, he was a chief scientist on OpenAI, right? They built the ChatGPT. Was talking about the moment where transformers came out. It was called Attention is All You Need. But actually, that paper didn't get much attention for what it should deserve. So not a lot of people kind of jump on it. And he was saying they literally switched the next day. Right, they saw the opportunity to switch the next day. And that can only be done if you have deep expertise and really understand kind of the opportunity of the technology. So, there is high pace, but my advice is really kind of to leverage that rather than be afraid of that.
Fascinating. Yeah, nurturing expertise and then actually proving the difference between what is hype and what is real. How do you do that at Wabi, Raquel?
Yeah, so I will start by saying that we also have seen a shift in terms of research. It used to be very academic focused, right, where the major breakthroughs will happen there, and then you will see, industry maybe attending conferences, having interns, and kind of trying to pull that and bring it to production, right? That model is very, very different in the world that we live today, where a lot of the innovation is happening first in companies as well.
Right.
And there is a few reasons for this. Sania touched upon the fact that for some of this research in large language models, for example, you need massive compute resources, right? So that's actually pretty hard to do from an academic setting. In the case of physical AI, you need robots. And you need to, be able to build the entire system together with AI and simulation and all of the other things. So you actually cannot do it with just a bunch of grad students, right? So you end up spending most of the time, kind of like doing little things that do not enable you to really understand what are the real problems that you need to solve that really going to move the needle versus the ones that can be solved already by engineering. So what we've seen is a shift in terms of, I will say, research, but also education. Something that is maybe less known is that both of us, are professors at the University of Toronto still, despite being many years in industry. We really care about educating the next generation of, of talent, particularly the local talent here. And our grad students, which we have quite a few, right, are actually fully embedded in our labs in the companies, right? And this actually provides a tremendous opportunity for them to really understand what is cutting-edge research with all the resources, with really understanding, as I mentioned before, what are the problems that you really need to focus and solve. And I think that this is a model that we will see more and more as this deployment, this scale, is continue to happen, etc. And I think we should just kind of like reimagine, reinvent the way that we educate, the way that we do research, and the way that we deploy that research.
That's fascinating, yeah.
I just want to make a point here because this is a really good point. So U of T allows students to actually be embedded in industry, like Raquel is saying, right? They're in Wabi, they're at NVIDIA, if they choose to do so. Obviously, not one is being forced. And I don't think anywhere in the world this is actually the case. So many of my colleagues in the US or even Europe are jealous and say, how did you manage to do that? And it's a great opportunity both for students, right? Because more resources, they actually see what's important in the real world, and now is the time to build stuff that works, right? Many more colleagues they can work with, right? More engineering support, so you can build and focus more on the innovation. So for the students, it's really like a fantastic environment, right? And we also benefit because you get all these like greatest minds, right, to actually join us and work with us. So it's like a win-win, and I think Canada is really at the forefront of this kind of like new collaboration system.
Yeah, so Mary Keller, who was the previous president of U of T, just retired, right, was a visionary in terms of, understanding that this is the future of education for certain fields, like, like AI, physical AI, etc. And enabling something like this, universities are typically not the fastest to adopt, things that are different, but definitely was instrumental in terms of, building this in a way that is a win-win, no conflict of interest, win-win for everybody here.
Yeah, talent pipeline for your respective companies, for all our companies. I think that's a really significant point. I mean, so much of entrepreneurship is rooted in it can be rooted in a rejection of academia. And here Toronto's now a very great example of the opposite of that. This is a talent pipeline and an enablement of innovation, enablement of company building. And would you guys say that's one of Toronto's advantages right now when we think about building next generation companies?
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, the talent here is incredible, right? Like when we started faculty, I walk in the class and there's Jimmy Ba. Every time you guys train a neural network, you're using his algorithm. Right, that's basically the Adam algorithm. Jamie, like literally in that first class that I ever taught at U of T, we came up with like the first mini LLM that was called SkipThought. Jeff gave it a name. All right, that was Jamie that later actually also joined OpenAI. Aidan was in Raquel's class, right? He was just a speaker before. He invented transformers.
We published our first paper, his first paper together when he was an undergrad. Brilliant.
He was already brilliant at the time, right? Chris Madison was part of AlphaGo, right? The first time an algorithm won a world champion in the game of Go. Then obviously the AlexNet, right? The dropout, which makes training much more stable. Am I forgetting more stuff? AV, I was talking about data breakthroughs 2012. Actually, Raquel released like the first autonomous driving data set at that time, which really transformed autonomous driving, right? And then a lot of research was enabled by that. It all starts with data, right? And a whole crew of students actually working on that. I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot of it, but basically what I'm saying is that there's so much talent locally. Faculty, students, literally everyone that just looks at who works here is really impressed, right? And then I guess what I think was a really good move, it was in 2016 when a couple of us decided to form a Vector Institute, really with like maybe two intents, right? One is we noticed brain drain. A lot of these amazing students were going across the border. So we kind of wanted to create an ecosystem here, and maybe that would get the companies come to Toronto, which actually did happen later on. And the other one was just, and this was pre these big models, but people already anticipated that compute is going to be something we will all need. And obviously, as a faculty that raises, a few $100,000, you cannot afford, to have like a really good funded compute lab. So with Vector, we kind of like wanted to have that resources available and then attract local talent that way. So I think that also became a hub and probably well known. Even today, people actually talk to me about how Vector is run and so on. So super good.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Well said, Sonia. Raquel, what's your view on our advantage right now as an ecosystem?
Yeah. So I mean, there is a few things that are great about Canada, and there are reasons why we're here in the first place, right? What personally attracted me to Canada 11 years ago now, I guess, was obviously talent, right? As Sonia talked about, undisputable, incredible ecosystem with particularly U of T, Waterloo, and respective ecosystems in Montreal and whatnot that were actually fantastic. Also, we have a set of canonical values that I really appreciate about the country, and I think this becomes more and more important as a function of time, maybe the times that we live today. Toronto being a very diverse city where I've been an immigrant for the last 26 years. Let me repeat that. 26 years being an immigrant, okay? And so
15.
So for me, it was very important that to join a country where I can be who I am. I don't need to change to actually fit, where I'm supposed to be, but instead, the fact that I come from a different background, I think differently, is embraced, and my culture is actually a positive, net positive for the country. Right, I think that's that was very, very important as well, and I will say that there is a thriving now as an entrepreneur. There's a thriving VC ecosystem that is also pretty interesting. I will say as well that there is some opportunities and things that we shouldn't sit thinking, oh yeah, we are doing everything great. Life is going to continue like this way.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, there is a few things that I think are important. For example. It's great to see Canada trying to have a leadership and having a strategy in AI. We have a new Ministry of AI, etc. But I will argue that if you look at what's happening over there, there is nothing on physical AI. That's a massive miss. Like, this is the revolution that is coming. Canada needs a strategy in physical AI. We talk about our immigration system. A lot of us entrepreneurs, folks in AI, we came from, all sorts of different places, and there is a great opportunity now, given what's happening in South, to actually attract talent, even further, particularly in AI, to Canada. So, but we have an immigration system when oftentimes things get stuck. It takes forever. Where I will argue that building a program from bringing quickly AI talent, will be a very fantastic boost for the country, as we believe that this is an important, component for us. If you look at entrepreneurship, right? So we need to have many more Shopifys, many more, Coheres, Wabis, etc. Right? So we have a nice kind of like early stage VC community. We have the pension plans once you are into massive revenue to scale further, but we have a whole in between, which is for pre-revenue companies like, that are bold bets, like the Wabis of the world is, how they're very capital intensive, how do you continue kind of supporting such a company so that it doesn't become, mostly US funded, which is the case, unfortunately, right now of Wabi, for example, right? It's how do we maintain Canadian companies to keep on being Canadian. We are in times where, tariffs and other things, are making things a little bit harder. For example, for us, all our deployments is in the US, right? We are the only Canadian competitor. Our competitors are US-based, right? So it's very important to continue to support to make sure we are not handicapped with respect to, our US competition. And then last bit I will say is that for physical AI, safety critical systems, whether it's self-driving, whether it's humanoid robots, automation of your warehouses, whatever it is, we need regulations, right? We need to spend more time. The US is so ahead of us on this compared to Canada. So there is an opportunity to act quickly because AI is is developed very, very quickly so that we can very safely deploy and bring all the benefits that is going to boost our GDP tremendously. That is going to create, incredible opportunities, across the entire country based on this new industry that is about to create where they have, leaders in the field. So I will say that, these are a few of the things that, where I think there are opportunities that I hope that the new administration kind of, thinks about and tries to see how to, push this forward.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, there's such a premium right now on driving adoption of AI. I agree that there's our regulation is perhaps behind the research, and
we can't deploy in Canada, nowhere. So all our deployment is US-based, just because we don't even have the choice, right?
But I think that really requires our ecosystem advocating and understanding what's coming next. Regulation is often driven bottom up, as we know. And so everyone's understanding of what is the frontier of AI, what's happening here in Toronto, how is it going to change your day-to-day life? That is what helps our country get ahead. We can't be reacting to what's happening in other countries when it's happening right here in our own backyard. We have I would argue, an imperative to understand what is at the frontier.
And Mike, I will give us an example. So I was in DC, it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, something like this, where I met with all the regulators, but also with Secretary Duffy. And what we heard from him was, we want a federal, governance, policy, regulatory framework so that, for example, for you in particular, self-driving trucks, you want to deploy them everywhere in the US, right? So that it's actually seamless the way that you can do this. I would love to have those conversations with, with our current administration here in Canada as well.
Yeah. Let's talk about, I want to give the audience a distillation of what's next. So in our last few minutes, Sonia, why don't you help us distill what technology are you most excited about and why?
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited. NVIDIA is already working on it. Our team not quite, but I'm quite excited about the industrial AI. Right now it's called Industry 4. One was about, from manual to automation, steam engines, right? Then there was electricity, computers, and now is smartness, autonomy, robots, AI, right? So much to do there, right? So I think there's Jensen mentioned 5 trillion worth of plant factories being planned to be built in the next few years. 5 trillion, gigantic market. And we need them to be built for the future, right? The future being things are going to be fast-paced, like we talked before, right? We need to have these factories be flexible, automated. There's actually a lot of shortage of employees in certain areas, right? Especially in manufacturing. So, robotics is going to play a major role here. So things like where to build them, how to build them, simulate in advance the piping system and everything such that it's like as optimized as it can be. What you put inside, there's probably thousands of different things that maybe the robots need to perform and have some flexibility around how to perform them. As well as analytics, right? Because you want these robots to be constantly learning. You shouldn't just pre-program them. They should constantly learning in how to actually do things better, right? And some analytics that actually looks at how the factory is operating is one gigantic brain, and can keep optimizing. So there's so much opportunity there, and we're so at the beginning, I think, of making this happen. And maybe just a really nice example that I was really inspired by. So in the fight for climate change, right, there's now plants that actually capture carbon dioxide from the air, and then they try to put it inside Earth, deep inside Earth. So there's plants that actually purposely do that. And per year, I think they capture about 10 million cars worth of exhaust, right? That's actually a lot, and we need to do that better as well. And in order to do that, you actually need to optimize where you're going to build these wells. These wells basically put this carbon deep inside Earth, and what depth you're going to release, and kind of what's the spacing between them. It's kind of like a simple setting, right, compared to more general factories. And there's this recent work that using some NVIDIA technology that sped up this simulation almost 1 million times, all right? Because it wasn't done on GPUs before. And now if you actually implement it efficiently, use AI also for physics simulations, so you can solve these differential equations or whatever people use in physics much faster. You can do, I think it was 700,000 times, almost 1 million times faster. So what does that mean? I can ask what-if questions just so much more efficiently, right? And maybe it can help me scale. So really like a gigantic opportunity here ahead, and too few people working on it. So great opportunity.
Love it. What about for you, Raquel?
Yeah, so I would say that for me it's all about physical AI robots, right? That robustifying our supply chain, being able to transport goods faster so that people that need them can actually utilize them. Making our transportation system to be much more efficient, so that, and also provide transportation for people that today maybe they don't have access to. I think as the population is aging a lot, being able to have robots that can take care of the elderly, for example, I think is very important. I think also, building robots that they can do more of the physical tasks, so that we can focus more on using our brains, which is, our advantage, right? To actually do better jobs, I think is very important as well. The good thing about, physical AI is that there is, the time to deploy actually is much larger than in the digital world. So there is, much less risk of labor displacement and people losing jobs, etc. So, some of the studies out there show that you can actually create many more jobs by deploying, this technology like self-driving vehicles, etc. And that, those will be better jobs, and we have time to really form, everybody in order to be able to take, something that will be much better. Like truck drivers, for example, instead of going weeks at a time on the road, having no access to bathrooms, for many, many days, showers, it's actually pretty dangerous for women that actually truck drivers. Instead of that, they can actually go home every night to their families, right? It's really about how AI technology and physical AI can really make our lives much better.
Love that. Well, why don't we do something, the three of us right now? Like, homecoming next year, let's profile the physical AI startups that are founded in the next couple weeks in Toronto. And if you're a founder in the room who've started one, get in touch with us, and we'll make something happen at next homecoming, maybe a session together to increase your exposure. I think it's very clear that time is now to be investing in physical AI. There's so much exciting momentum on the research side, on the application side. And we as an ecosystem have to champion that. So, guys, thanks for a great conversation. Looking forward to the next one.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Yeah.
All right. We have one more vignette, and then you have a break, and you're not going to want to miss it. I just wanted to pause and admire how amazing these speakers have been. Can we give a huge round of applause for Sonia, Raquel, and Mike bringing out the heat, talking about Canadian AI, making it count. I also want to admire just how stunning all the Toronto Tech Week and Homecoming branding has been. If you've seen it online, you've seen it here. Toronto's unmatched for creative and cultural talent, just like tech, and Daybreak Studio, our creative partner, is no exception, so kudos to them. For our second vignette, I want to look at another Toronto brand that's making waves, the Toronto Tempo. You might know that Tempo is the WNBA's first ever global franchise, a bold bet on our city and on women's sports as a frontier for innovation. It's led by Teresa Resch, who spent 11 seasons building the Toronto Raptors, including the 2019 NBA World Championship season. Let's go Raptors. Now she's doing it again from scratch, like a startup, as president of the Tempo. Watch the clip, and then we'll welcome Teresa.
The heartbeat of competition is tempo, the unseen force that shapes the game. More than just speed, it's the burst, the pivot, the action, the control. When every beat counts, how will you respond? Chorus or conductor? Match the pace or set it? Isn't it obvious? This is our court, our country, and we aren't here to play their game. We're here to define ours. Game on. Toronto Tempo.
All right, game on. Welcome, Teresa.
Everyone, can you hear me okay? Yeah, there's a microphone. All right, go Tempo, right? Okay, just show of hands real quick. Like, who right now is this the first time you're ever hearing about the Toronto Tempo? Oh, this is incredible. We just doubled our fan base. This is great. No, I'm so excited to have this audience. I started as a team president. Actually, I left the Raptors in March of last year, and we got awarded the team in May of 2024. So we're exactly 1 year from when we were born and 1 year from when we're going to tip off. But today, I want to talk about startups. So not the ones with seed rounds or pitch decks, but I want to talk about the Toronto Tempo, the city's new WNBA team. Not only the city, but this country. You might be thinking, like, what does a professional basketball team have to do or have in common with a tech startup? But it's a lot more than you might expect. So startups at their core, they're built on a vision, a belief that something new can exist, thrive, and maybe even disrupt an industry. And the Toronto Tempo is really no different. This team isn't just joining a league, it's carving out a cultural and economic space that didn't exist before, launching into an unproven market with high upside and high risk. Does that at all sound familiar? Maybe to some of you, sir? But let's start with founding teams. So in tech, your early team defines your trajectory, right? They set your culture, your values, and really your tone. And the Tempo is doing the same. So from front office, business leaders, our coach, even the players that will be on the floor, which we don't have yet. We will. But every decision shapes what this team will stand for, both on and off the court. We're literally building culture in real time, flying the plane as we're building it, just like you guys do with your first 10 hires as well. And then there's brand identity, right? Startups know they're not just selling products, they're selling ideas, community, belonging. And the Tempo is doing the same. So we're not just a basketball team, just like your product isn't just code, it's a promise. A solution to a problem people didn't even know that they had. So what about traction, right? Early stage startups measure engagement, user growth, retention. The Tempo, ticket sales, social buzz, merchandise, community outreach. We are iterating on identity just as you iterate on product. And let's not forget funding. So investors back founders they believe in. And the Tempo has investors too. But it's not just financially, but emotionally. So every fan who have placed a deposit for season seats, everybody who joined us at Tempo Live down at Stacked Market a couple weeks ago, every person who wears a Tempo t-shirt to school, anybody who signs our online pledge, it's called Together We Win. And it's really about committing to showing up for the communities that shape our game in our city. These are all stakeholders in this mission. So that's really evangelism. Like, that's early adoption. But maybe the biggest parallel with a startup in the Tempo is grit. Startups are hard. You face a lot of skepticism, sleepless nights, and the constant pressure to prove you belong in a league that has never had a Canadian team before. The WNBA is growing, but the challenge is real. To win games, yes, but also hearts, media coverage, and market share. So at the Tempo, we have embraced a new mantra The hardest path is a tempo path. It seems around every corner we're running into unexpected hurdles, yet a lot of these obstacles are actually where the opportunity lies. So for example, media rights. Because of the tempo, the WNBA will negotiate a media deal in Canada for the very first time. Yet none of the league viewership data includes any Canadian reporting. We're Canada's team, which means dual language on all signage and marketing materials, something no other team in this league has to manage, but it also unlocks 10 million francophone Canadians who have never been directly spoken to before about the WNBA, and more specifically, the tempo. So, like you, we have to build fast, be bold, execute with clarity under pressure, learning, evolving, failing forward. I just learned that term. And that, to me, is the essence of a great startup. So as you cheer for the Toronto Tempo, all you new fans, as you should, really watch with admiration of peers, right? Because what we're building on the court is what so many of you build every day off of it. A team, a culture, a dream that demands belief before proof. And it may be hard to believe, but women have been playing sports for as long as men. A couple people laugh, thank you. However, they have had only a fraction of the attention, investment, and fandom. It's all changing very, very rapidly. Anybody ever heard of Caitlin Clark? Yes, okay, that's what I'm talking about. I actually get in trouble for saying that, but just we're all friends here. But anyways, it's changing rapidly for people like her and others that have paved the way. And really, the tech industry has the opportunity to play a really outsized role in this. So research and innovation in women's health, performance, and also fan insights will unlock incredible stories of advancement. Stories we cannot wait to tell at the Tempo. But if the team is the only one sharing our story, we will never optimize the opportunity that we have in this marketplace. So tech, go research, innovate. Pick your favorite Tempo player and share your stories. Make us conversation at the dinner table. The Tempo is just a reminder that innovation doesn't just live in code or the cloud infrastructure. Sometimes it's just running full speed down a hardwood court wearing a brand new uniform. Thanks so much today.
Thank you to Teresa from Toronto Tempo for sharing their mission. Hi, I'm Mel.
And hi, I'm Julia.
Click it. And we're part of the co-founding and co-organizing team of Toronto Tech Week. Wow. We honestly can't believe we're here. This started as an idea to spotlight what's happening in Toronto Tech, and you've turned it all into something so much bigger. This week, we have 300 events on the calendar, spanning 26 neighborhoods, covering everything from AI to consumer, prop tech to HR, wellness to fintech, and everything in between. For those of you joining us from afar, we thank you for being here for this special week.
This momentum isn't possible without the incredible community behind it, so let's give a huge thank you to the people and partners who made this possible. First up, our sponsors, the City of Toronto, Shopify, and Google Cloud. Thank you for backing this vision from day one. And our event partners, Uber, our rideshare partner, Evergreen Brickworks, our venue partner, Experience First Productions, our experiential partner, and Category Comms, our PR partner. And all of our CPG partners who provided in-kind snacks to the merch table. Thanks for keeping us refreshed. Joy of Snacks, Gingerbug, Greenhouse Juice, Zenergy, No Days Wasted, Nosh Balls, Crafty Ramen, Made with Local, and Protein Candy, and Real Life Robotics for handing out the magazines.
And of course, to our epic Toronto Tech Week event hosts, hundreds of them. You are the beating heart of this week. You brought the ideas, the energy, and the experiences that are bringing this week to life. A round of applause for the event hosts. Collectively, you are bringing in over 15,000 people this week to soak in the magic. So for those of you in the audience, scan the QR code to check out the calendar, explore the map, and find out more to do this week.
And a quick reminder of some awesome perks available to Toronto Tech Week attendees. You can find all details on our socials. For the week, the Toronto Parking Authority is offering 50% off bike share to get around the city until June 27th. Go Transit and Up Express have discounts to come into the city until June 30th, 15% off of Go and 25% off Up. And Intuit is running a free shuttle until June 26th across all major Toronto Tech Week event areas. You can find stops and live tracking online. Oh, and for attendees today, thanks for our rideshare partner Uber, it's 15% off to get from Homecoming to Evergreen Brickworks. Make sure that you apply the code in the promo code section, not the voucher code, and it'll get you 50% off.
Okay, so we are going to take the quickest break of life. You have 5 minutes. We have Toby and Chamath coming up after the break. So 5 minutes, grab or go to the bathroom, and we will see you back here in 5 minutes. Okay, 4 minutes. Please start taking your seats. 4 minutes. All right, in 2 minutes, please take your seats. We're going to be starting in 2 minutes. All right, if we could get you guys to please take your seats. We're going to be starting in a minute. Please take your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting. If we could get you to please take your seats. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. How was the break? Everyone feeling hydrated? Got some water, got some sunshine? Everyone's thinking about their burger order for afterwards? Yeah. I just saw that we've got about 20,000 friends watching on the stream live with us today, which is pretty awesome. Thank you, everyone, for being here, tuning in. Big showing for Homecoming and Toronto Tech Week. So we're in the final stretch. Before our closing fireside, we have one more vignette. A lot's gone down in Canada over the last 6 months. Elections called, policies dropped, industries shifted, and while most of us just tweeted hot takes through all of this chaos, this next group's been shipping. Lucy Hargreaves and Daniel DeBow didn't lobby Ottawa, they forked it. Their volunteer group, Build Canada, mixed Canadian ingenuity and leverage AI to help drive change to build the Canada we all know is possible. So here to share what's next, please welcome Lucy and Daniel.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hey, everyone. Good morning, Toronto.
How y'all doing?
I'm Lucy.
I'm Daniel DeBow. Nice to meet you all. Thanks for coming. Hey, bud.
Thanks for coming. And look, we're here to tell you a little bit more about what Build Canada is, where we're going, and how everyone in this room and watching online can help shape the future of this country.
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. So let's start with something simple, a little crowd participation. Simple question. How many people here, if you're online, by the way, you can put your hand up too. How many people here would like Canada to be the most prosperous country in the entire world? The best place to build a business, best place to build your career, best place to make a life happen.
Woo!
Yeah, that's right. How about you? What do you think?
Yeah, me too.
All right.
And guess what? So do most Canadians. So over 80% of Canadians want smarter rules and a more productive government so builders can build.
Right. So that's the mission of Build Canada, right? We want a more prosperous country. And we think right now is the time, partially because, as we all know, with AI, the entire world is changing, but also because the cavalry is not coming. We cannot just complain, and then ask government to fix things for us. Okay, you're builders, and that means that we have to do something ourselves, okay? Our country, we need builders who have agency. Right? They think they have the power to make things change. We need people to go out and do cool shit. Yes, build incredible companies, highly successful ones that build jobs and prosperity. But we also need to get off of our heels and get engaged in our country's governance. At every level, we need builders who care, who bring what they know about the world to help build a better country. All right? We can do better, but we need builders to be involved.
Exactly. And look, we want every Canadian to see themselves as a builder. It's not just a title or something you might call yourself, but it's actually a mindset. We're Canadian. We build here, and we should be really proud of that.
Yeah, right. Being a builder is a mindset. But let's take a step back. We said we're going to talk about where we came from. So how did Build Canada start? Was this like some government edict that said you guys should all do this? No. It was a small group of people who had a simple idea. What if a small group of high agency people, what if a group that had access to the latest tools and technologies just started to do things, right? They didn't ask permission, they didn't wait forever, have a giant committee. What if we just go do stuff and see if we can bend the curve, change the trajectory, the conversation of our country?
And I sat around and I thought, what if we can make government spending actually understandable for everyday people?
Yeah, that would be a good idea. I asked the question, what if we took the amazing ideas that I saw in like chat rooms of some of our country's best builders, what if we could take those ideas and turn them into actionable, specific policy memos? What if we could use AI to make those public, to chart the conversation, to spur debate and get people talking about what we need to do in Canada?
Yeah, so Daniel and I teamed up.
Right.
We leveraged AI tools, and with a very small handful of volunteers, we got to work.
Right, and it worked. In just a few short months, a very small team of volunteers shipped a lot. We shipped 30 policy memos, and I was just with a government minister yesterday. He was like, oh, I read that memo. We shipped 30 memos from Canada's top builders with bold ideas of how we could change. We shipped an AI-powered promise tracker built by one person, one amazing builder. We built a Canada Spends, an amazing program for government transparency. We shipped just a few weeks ago an AI-powered OKR tracker for the government. You can go online and see the metrics and measures that our ministers are taking in real time against the promises that they made. We've been busy.
We have been very busy. And you know what? It got noticed. Millions, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, millions of Canadians passionately engaged with all of these ideas that Dano just shared. And both major parties at the federal level reached out to us. They wanted to learn more. And hey, look, I'm not saying it was us, but there's now a Build Canada Cabinet Committee. And the Build Canada Act just got passed last week.
Right.
So I think we can say building Canada is part of the national agenda now.
It is part of the national agenda. It's also not a dirty word. It's not a bad thing to talk about growth. People want it. There's a huge consensus, and it's important that people step up and talk about it. Okay, the thesis we had was correct. A small group of people armed with the best tools that we have available, highly focused and motivated, can make a dent, can change the conversation, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, exactly. But here's what we didn't expect. The movement, the momentum, and really the message resonated. People wanted merch. We're actually launching our merch store officially later this week. Nice t-shirt. Entrepreneurs from many industries, not just the tech sector, reached out offering resources and support. And we even got outreach from public servants who were saying to us, you're onto something. You guys have to keep going with this. And the most incredible thing is that hundreds of people wanted to volunteer.
Yeah, this was the most amazing part. This was a side thing. Like, hey, let's see what happens. And it was overwhelming how many people from all walks of life, from different industries, not just tech, were reaching out and saying, what you said resonates with us. We read your paper. I heard you on TV. How can I get involved? What can we do to help build Canada in our town, in our province, in our area? And, you know, this was a really big light bulb. The thing that we realized was that this desire already exists. There are networks of people, of builders out there who yearn for the message. They want to be part of a movement, right? And they are people who are ready to get involved and roll up their sleeves and do exactly what we did. And that's pretty amazing. The thing that a lot of them wanted and what we were giving them was a platform. They needed a simple platform where they could connect with other people, that they could be inspired, find projects. Often people are like, I don't know what to do, but what can I work on that will help? And so we thought that's probably pretty helpful. Also, a little push. A little push helps.
A little push, yeah. And so now we're thinking, what if Build Canada wasn't just a handful of volunteers? What if it was a nationwide builder movement? What would that look like? What if thousands of smart, technical, creative people were volunteering and building projects not just at the federal level, but at local levels, municipal levels, provincial levels, and were contributing code and content and contributing to civic action more generally? What would that look like?
Yeah, what would it look like if so many more people realized they can just go do things and they had the support to get it done? But there's another question, something maybe a little bit higher level, a little deeper, which is, what would it mean if being Canadian, part of our national ethos, part of our national story, part of our national identity, was that being Canadian means to be a builder, right? It, of course, means that we are a sharing, caring nation, but we also get things done. You know, it says on the back of the shirt, it says giver. What if Canada embraced that spirit and everybody understood that if we want a different country, we have to go giver. We have to go make it happen. What would that do to our politicians? What would it do to our politicians if they knew that there were people who supported the hard choices that need to get made in order to drive towards more prosperity? Right? What would it do? Would it unlock the growth that we need? Would it help us get smarter policies at every level? If our country understood that being a builder is as much of being a Canadian as anything else that we do. And we think that's important.
And I think those are great questions. We think those are great questions, and we think it's worth finding out the answer.
Okay, so we told you a bit about what we did and what we learned. Now we're going to tell you about where we're going. These are the questions. We are going to announce today that we are scaling Build Canada up and across the entire country. Okay? But here's the thing. It's not just going to be us, the folks on the stage, and a few volunteers. We need you. And we need you online. We need thousands of people. We need engineers, data scientists, builders, designers, entrepreneurs. We need economists. We need marketers. We need people who give a shit, okay, to step up and get involved at every level, provincial, federal, municipal. And that's what Build Canada is going to become, is going to be. We want to connect all of you together, tell you that what you're doing is important. We want to amplify the amazing projects that you work on. We want to help equip you to be successful all across the country.
And why is this important? It's because the future of this country is not written in Ottawa. It's written by people like you, people in this room, people who are listening today, people who step up, take initiative, and actually build the future that they want to live in.
Okay, so what does this look like in like plain English? What can you take away? Well, let's start. Today, we are open sourcing all the projects that we worked on, so anyone can clone them, copy them, and start using them in different areas around the world. They can make them better. They can get involved. We are building community. We're building the Build Canada community across the country. We're going to do in-person and online activities so you can connect with other people who feel the same way. We are going to start funding projects that are amazing across the country. We think that's really important. So we're going to start scaling up all the things that we know work to make it possible for people like you to actually do something. We want you to share the playbooks. If something worked in Moncton, why doesn't it work in Victoria? If something worked in Ontario, can it work in Alberta? So that's what we want to do. We want you to take these ideas and make Build Canada part of your ethos in your town, in your campus, in your community. Let me make it even more tangible. This thing that you're at right now, there's no provincial city government that said, hey, Satish and Amit and everybody, you now need to go do Toronto Tech Week. Nope, that's not what happened. They realized, hey, there's a hole. We need to do this. No one is going to do it for us. We have to step up. And they did. But here's the thing. There are over 300 events happening in Toronto Tech Week. None of them, yeah, let's give it a hand. How does that happen? Toronto Tech is a platform. It's a way to build it up. And what they then did is they made it possible for hundreds of people to step up and take their passion and make it possible for you to have an event. And you're all going to enjoy it. So think about that scaled nationally all the time, happening everywhere.
Yeah, and fundamentally, it's about helping people who are already building cool stuff get recognized, get connected, and get amplified.
Okay, because what we've seen and what you all know is that once builders get energized, get recognized, they start collaborating, they start sharing, and inspire people, there's just no limit to how far we can go. There's no limit on how much we can push Canada to be the most prosperous nation, the thing that you all said you wanted at the top of this talk. Now, I want to say one thing that's really important. You know, this is a collaborative effort. The government is not a business, and we can't try and run it like a business. The people in Build Canada, we don't have all the answers. In fact, one of the things people are confused about, they're like, oh, you have different policies. Yeah, because it's going to take lots of people getting engaged in different ways. We do not want to control this movement. We want to light a fire under the movement and give you energy to make it happen. It is going to be up to you. Oh, wait, you have some news for us today, don't you?
I do. So today, I'm thrilled to share that I'm going to be stepping up as Build Canada's new CEO. I'm all in on this. I've told Daniel I'm leaving my other job. This is going to be a full-time thing for me. And most importantly, we have an incredible team who is also stepping up along with me. Volunteers who will now be taking on roles, who have been there with us from the start, and I would be remiss if I didn't give them a massive shout out here. Melody Kuo, Ben Perry, Andrew Potter, and Brendan Samek. Incredible, incredible individuals who are really at the heart of Build Canada. But here's the thing. We need you. We need you to make this work, and we need you to step up and join us and work with us on this as we move forward in the next few months.
Okay, I love how everyone here has already got their cameras up, okay? Because that's the next step. If you're in marketing, here's our call to action, okay? Take out your phone and point it at the QR code, or just go to buildcanada.com and sign up. Sign up for a weekly newsletter that's going to let you know what's going on in Build Canada and also help educate you on what's happening around the country in the policies that matter to making us a more prosperous nation. But you're also going to start getting access to projects that are starting and spinning up. And maybe you find something that you want to volunteer, or maybe you have an idea that you're like, I think people should do this. I need to find a data scientist who can help me on it. We're going to make that possible. If that idea takes off, we're going to try to help scale it across the country. Okay? So remember, the cavalry is not coming. If you want that prosperous nation, you need to step up, sign up, and get fired up about your own thing and help make our country amazing. Okay?
I'll end off here. High agency people who are pointed at a mission using modern tools can win. I am so confident about that, and I know that the people in this room, you can make Canada the most prosperous country on earth.
Absolutely. Okay, let's build together. Thank you, everybody. Have a great Tech Week.
Thank you.
All right. Big round of applause for Daniel and Lucy. Thank you. Okay, to close out Homecoming, we've saved a final conversation that we hope gets to the heart of everything today. What it means to build in this next generation, this next chapter, and how this generation has a real shot to win. And we're joined by two defining voices of this moment, both with deep roots here in Canada and strong ideas about where the world and the country is heading. Please help me welcome first someone who's spent the last 2 decades proving what's possible from here, who I've learned so much from and who needs no other introduction in this town, the CEO and co-founder of Shopify, Toby Luque, and joining him, someone whose story started, like many others in this room, a Canadian kid from Ottawa and a Waterloo grad who's gone on to shape some of the biggest stories in tech globally. He's the CEO and founder of Social Capital, but if you're a fan of the All In Pod, you'll know he's also now a tequila founder with the besties All In Tequila, Chamath Palihapitiya. Please welcome Toby and Chamath. Right here.
What's up, bro?
All right. Thank you both for being here at Toronto Tech Week. I feel like, this part of the crowd is like sitting courtside, the tech equivalent at least. you got posters, you got signs, you got cameras. You might be used to this, but this is very new for me. I feel very, very privileged.
The camera loves you, Satish. So it's like a natural.
This is going to be awesome. What a show. And I couldn't think of a better way of closing out than both of you. I heard back there that word on the street is you both still carry 613 area code phone numbers. Is that right?
Yeah, I do.
I do not.
You do not, okay. That's how we know you've made the full conversion.
But I know my phone number, my home phone number still.
Okay, that makes sense.
Did I just dox myself?
Yeah, you partially did.
There's a lot of 613 phone numbers out there.
It's true.
But Toby, everyone's familiar with your story of moving to Canada, starting Shopify. But what people in this room might not know that I think is pretty cool is you actually moved to Toronto not so long ago. So we got to get you a 416 number someone can volunteer as tribute. What prompted that move, and how are you liking our city?
I love Toronto. I love Ottawa too. I'm going to keep my 613 phone number. Like, it's especially known. So maybe this is how I Lord balance both places. But yeah, like kids found a wonderful school, we are committed to Canada, Ontario, and explore a new place.
Amazing. And Chamath, you've been a citizen of 3 countries, and you're a proud American today. Being back here, I know there's some of your friends from Waterloo that are in the crowd. How do you think about your connection to Canada?
I mean, this place gave me a start. It kind of allowed my parents to survive in a moment in our life where I think in any other country we would have just been caught in the undertow. So I have tremendously fond memories of this place. I think it has incredibly good values and morals.
And what we hope is that's a bedrock for what we build next. And what we want to talk about today with the crowd is really how this next generation, not just of Canadians, of founders, of young people, of people who want to be in the seats that you're in today, where they focus, where they lock in, and how they can maximize the leverage that's out there with this shift in AI. And we saw a show of hands earlier, about half the group here were founders. And a lot of the zeitgeist out there for founders right now is this is the best time to be starting a company. You've picked the exact right job or seat to be in because AI has reset everything to zero. Chamath, do you think those traditional moats have gone away? And do you think that's the best call for anyone to make with their free time?
Well, I don't know what AI means, and so you have to be very careful to not just jump into a buzzword because that'll just end up being a pothole. I think you have to just break this down. Like if you looked at the modern internet up until maybe a year ago, the best abstraction of that was, remember the OSI reference stack? And you could look at it and say, okay, from the physical layer all the way up through silicon and apps, the data layer, the transport layer. And over 40 years, we built companies around that. And the question is, does that OSI stack, that 7-layer cake, is that going to be the same? Or are we going to take those 7 layers and repopulate it with winners for the next 40 years? And I think that's a more precise way of answering that question, which is that definition, I think, will still hold. It's very elegant, in fact, how that was organized. And the real question should be, at what layer are you operating in? Where has there been some innovation? And then I think trying to figure out the right place to jump in. But I do think that this is a transformational moment. I think we're embarking on a 50-year journey to rebuild society.
It's actually the OSI model is, like for those who are not aware of it, it's actually probably one of those things that is really worth spending a moment on Wikipedia about, because it's like, it's a very technical thing, but it actually, like it's part of mainline world history as people in 1,000 years will think about it. Because the technology industry went through many phases of focusing on different layers. And Canada has played significant roles at the times when it was important to build in these layers. Like both of us were in Ottawa, where Nortel Networks built a lot of like hardware, but also did you ever work for Newbridge?
I worked at Newbridge, yeah.
Yeah, so like that was, like we worked in, like Canada worked on the layer of OSI stack, but really OC stack that really needed to be developed. And it's really important to stay on, like, go with the times to the place that is being developed. And Canada has done this in the past enormously well, and the country has prospered, and this is absolutely key to get to the next one and now work on the application layer.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And Shopify being more in the incumbency today, and your reference to that stack, how does that inform where you spend your capital, your energy, your engineering capacity? Is there a difference in your seat versus the seat that many new founders are in today?
Well, yes and no. I mean, there's considerable advantages to being at scale, and there's considerable disadvantages to being at scale. And it really is a question of how, for everyone, how quickly you can react to new information and how to absorb them into companies. I hope to think that Shopify is quite good at this. I think in which way, the way it is very similar is, as much as we talk about AI and how ill-defined it is a set of solutions to problems. And so it's worth talking about, because it's worth talking about moving people to look into this direction for value. But really, if you want to build a great company, you can't fall in love with one solution to a problem, but you actually have to fall in love with a problem and be flexible on the solutions. So, and that's really fun, right? Like, I love the problem that Shopify addresses, which is to make entrepreneurship like easier, more common, and specifically looking after retailers and then new business formation in this space. And so, like, with AI coming like really online now, like it is a completely new set of solutions to the problems. And so what I prioritize and the way I spend my time is to make sure that Shopify doesn't feel like something like that, is sort of like a, I don't want the tree rings to show. I want Shopify at any point of time throughout its 20 years and the next 20 years and forever after, hopefully, after you reach for the tool, to look like it was just created yesterday based on all the technologies available, and in no way feels like dated in one area and modern in another. I hate using products where I can basically reverse engineer the org chart of a place that created it, or even figure out which parts of a product had the high-quality teams and which ones were sort of the cost centers. And a lot of more software than you would imagine actually betrays these pieces of information by just simply using it and keeping your eyes open.
So look, I don't consider Shopify part of what I'm about to say. There is a set of legacy incumbent software companies. I call it the software industrial complex. And what they proved was that a very sophisticated go-to-market strategy could sell trillions of dollars of software and services. All the, rounds of golf, all the courtside tickets. I remember I was a co-owner of the Golden State Warriors, and when we were trying to finance our new stadium, the single biggest buyer of suites were these old line software companies.
Right.
And I was shocked.
ERP software probably, right?
And I was like, where did all this money show up? Because I came from this place where the product sells itself, but it turned out that actually, no, shitty software must be sold.
Yeah.
And so what happens is you use all of this fluff to manipulate people to spend money. The second comment I'll make is if you look at the org chart, which you mentioned, of any company, I suspect it maps to some horrible piece of software that was sold to them. Somebody said, you need an HRIS system. The CFO or the CEO doesn't know any better. They go to a couple basketball games. They're like, fine. They sign some $50 million deal, and all of a sudden you have to hire a chief human resources officer. Somebody says, you need to do marketing in the following way. Boom, $40 million Salesforce license shows up. But then they come in and they say, well, you need to separate demand gen from this and that. Now all of a sudden you have a VP of demand gen, a VP. My point is, if you look at the organizational chart of most businesses, it just maps to crappy software. So what's the opportunity with AI is to totally reimagine it and instead say, if you have things that over time can agentically do things smarter, or reasoning chains that instead of short time horizon can think over long time horizon, the structure of a company is totally different. The organizational model is totally different. I think the key, I'm very bullish on Shopify for one very critical thing. So what is the key in the future? I think the key in the future is, what is all the tacit and undocumented information that exists in the world that will really be what you use to either build a model or fine-tune a model? And critically, Toby is effectively a sink for information that documents GDP. And I think that's a critical asset. But most of these old legacy incumbent businesses will just get ripped to zero because they don't have anything critical. They're a way station.
And they're also I don't think there's an ERP software company that really fell in love with the problem of ERP. It just became a valuable, their solution to the problems of ERP ended up being economically valuable, especially if you paired it with a sales force of people who are very good on the golf course, right? So a lot of this is inefficient, and if we all collectively forget everything we know and all software, there's a big EMP blast, and we would have to rebuild the world, or we would never end up in this configuration again that exists, and therefore I don't think that I do think all of this is going to be replaced. What it's likely going to be replaced with, though, is something that will. So, lots of software companies build internal tools. Funnily enough, Shopify actually started as an internal tool for my own snowboard store. So we always had this culture of building internal tools. And the reason why this is tractable as a thing to do, and why that isn't a huge waste, at least in many cases, is twofold. One, it addresses exactly the problem you're talking about. If you adopt someone else's solution to a problem, you're adopting literally their solution. You don't know how. You don't have agency over your culture in this area anymore, because you must make an implementation that is compatible with a piece of software that you have adopted, potentially on non-rigorous grounds. The other reason why building internal software is tractable is building bespoke software for one business is maybe between a tenth and a hundredth of the work. It's so My opinion is that Planet Earth had probably 0.1% of amount of software developers we actually needed. And this is why, I mean, of course, why software developers made a lot of money too, because there's a lot of demand.
Right.
And the only companies that could actually eventually employ software developers were the companies that either had a kick-ass 100% margin business model or that built generic software where they did 100x, 1000x the amount of work to do generic software that could be configured to solve the individual problems that individual businesses had well. Shopify is such a piece of software that that's extremely flexible. In the future, I think we will see a lot more variety again because like truly while there is like 60, 70, 80% of every retail business, for instance, is the same, they all need checkout, they all need to accept credit cards. The rest is really, really bespoke, and in the future you can describe the business that you want to build, and you will get an implementation back of this, and then you can hold this up to the real world and see, like, is this good, or did I describe it poorly, at which point you make a change to your English description and you get a new version back that now incorporates these ideas. And that will change the world significantly, and I think it actually will create an enormous amount of opportunity space all throughout industry and so on.
And you talked about software feeling cohesive, not the good team worked on this, the bad team worked on that. But I check out a lot of new apps, scroll on X, check this out, try that, try this. And everything looks like AI slopped down. It's hard it's almost like when you're looking at a video, you're like, is this real or not? I look at software, I'm like, is this
No, because these
good?
app crappers are crap. The app crappers generate crap.
So this
That's what they do.
Yeah. So
They're app crappers.
This lowering of the bar is like the other
Did
side
you see
of
the
it.
Jan LeCun thing where it's like, you let these agents run for a few hours? You can, it doesn't mean, vibe coding doesn't mean that, vibe coding basically means like it's not really a thing that's valuable yet. So it's cute, but if you let these things run for more than 2 or 3 hours, it just drifts and it's just garbage.
Yeah.
And so if you're unopinionated, what are you generating? You're generating nothing. I'll give you an example. Like we ran a coding contest a few weeks ago for some engineers for 8090. And it was just like a very black box data challenge. And what I was really trying to figure out is, how are people going to approach this problem? I was just curious. And we had about, not that many, but it took about 8 hours on a Saturday. So I was like, if we get a couple hundred submissions, it'll be great. We had about a little under 500. 2/3 tried to vibe code their way to it. And it was just garbage. Just total and complete garbage.
And obvious.
And obvious. Yeah. And then, of the 1/3 that didn't, they tried to use XGBoost, and then they started to get smarter and smarter and smarter. The point is, these tools are only as good as whose hands in which they're in. So sorry to interrupt, but I just think app crappers are crap.
So what are those human bottlenecks? You talked about the craftsperson behind the tool determines a lot of the quality that comes out. Taste, persuasion, judgment. What are those kinds of skills or crafts that you think are still valuable in this environment, or are most valuable in this environment?
I think what Toby said is very important. You have to start with a use case that you are living through. I really love this idea of internal tools then becoming, exposed externally, and then that's where the demand cycle starts, because you are your own first customer, and there's just a level of feedback and honesty when your own team is just telling you this thing sucks, which is what you need. And so if your own team isn't telling you that it sucks, it's just not going to be all that great. And instead what happens is you will eventually cede control of that product away from engineers, and instead it will be a team of people whose job it is to speak business speak to the business people and try to translate it into features. And what you get is this traditional set of software companies that are just kind of lumbering, big, bulky things. It's just like feature sprawl. It's unopinionated feature sprawl because they have to work backwards from churn and a bunch of other business metrics. It just doesn't make sense. I love this, build it for yourself. Yeah. When I did the Series A of Slack, it was a failed video game.
Yep.
Stuart was trying to build a fucking video game in a browser So stupid. That idea was stupid, really. But to organize that stupid idea, he built Slack, which was a brilliant idea. And they were so hard on the internal team that built that first version of Slack. And so when it launched, I was like, that's a product. This was a first-generation app crapper.
It's like a bootloader.
Exactly.
So there's a good shot. There's a few founders in here that are focused on absolute trash, but their internal tool is where they should be looking next. Yeah.
But like, more seriously, so like, I actually think about this from a perspective of bandwidth, which is like really nerdy, but I think it's somewhat informative. Like, people talk, like we are talking right now, if at about 300, 400 bytes a second, like a minute actually. So like we can't even. Some people can maybe get close to a kilobyte on typing, but that is the limit, outer limit of communication. The neurons of our brains operate at something like 60 terabytes a second. Like, think about how much easier it is to talk to your customer if you're actually building for yourself. Like, you will never make up that difference, right? Totally. So like, just it wasn't exactly meant to go like this for me, but my God, like building a snowboard store first was utterly load-bearing for the company of Shopify. Still 20 years later, today, it wasn't even a bootloader. It's actually the BIOS behind everything. It's like I can consult the tech types of problems, like different versions from different time at potentially different level of scrappiness than the customers I'm talking to right now. But I have empathy because I know how that story would have continued. And so it is actually really, really good to just roam the problem space and engage with it. I think that's where vibe coding is actually really valuable because it allows you to prototype for yourself what a solution might look like so that you can hold it up to see, can I fall in love with that, that problem, that solution, that thing I'm building? Am I excited by this to the degree that I want to spend 20, ideally, your entire years or ideally your entire career on it? Because that's what excellence eventually comes from. It's like people that use products will intuitively understand how much the team that created the product gave a shit. It's like really, really, really obvious.
Leaked internal memos. It's some of the best stuff you guys publish. And there was this recent internal AI memo that circulated quite a bit, and I think kicked off a bit of a flywheel of other, founder-led companies really being clear about internal and, just like forward direction of what building AI-enabled or first companies look like. Maybe I'll actually turn to Chamath for some of this. What was your, I'm sure you've seen the memo, or at least, what was your reaction to it? And do you think that was obvious? Do you think every founder should be saying that out loud? Or at this point, it's table stakes?
I mean, I haven't read it, so I don't want to pretend I read it. The one memo of Toby's that I read is, we are a team, not a family.
The original.
That's in the pantheon of OG content. Yeah. I really do think that was a very seminal one. So I haven't read it, so I don't want to make it up.
Toby, what's been the reaction internally to the AI memo? I think the hot line was, no one can hire unless you can first prove to me AI can't do it.
Yeah, so I mean, that at least was what was highlighted. So internally, there was everyone was like, yeah, that sounds exactly like what Toby says at town hall all the time. The important thing was that we made an expectation, that everyone needs to cultivate the skill to reflexively reach for AI to attempt to solve a problem ahead of them, right? Because everyone who did over the last years was just so effective that we really needed to tell everyone that your colleagues are doing this, and the sort of the base expectation of how to effective you are at your at what you're doing is increasing due to something that you need to pay potentially a lot more attention to. This was mostly to get the early adopters are right there. The early majority, there's a book called Crossing the Chasm, which sort of defines these terms, and I think I remember them right. There's an early majority. They are probably, you see sort of the app install numbers of ChatGPT specifically, and you know that the early majority is there, right? People are not surprised by this. But the largest group of people is the sort of late majority. It's the other side of that curve. They really, really appreciate clarity and invitation that something is a permanent part of, and not a
The
fad.
firmament, yeah.
And they are kind of the most wonderful because like anything that they adopt ends up like sticking,
Yeah,
right? Like in a
that's
way.
right.
It's actually like you do a lot of early stage investing. It's really hard sometimes to figure out if something just clicks with early adopters who basically sign up for everything, or actually will make it turn out to be lasting. So anyway, all this was in there. There's a list of examples of what that means. One of those was before asking for more headcount for anything, also just like try AI. That ended up getting a lot of focus. I probably would have maybe edited it, although it is also real. Like I think everyone should use every opportunity they have to try it, because the null hypothesis, there's like the null result is the most interesting. If they try and it doesn't work, you now have like an interesting conversation with your colleagues of if anyone knows a better way how I could like prompt it or give it context to do it, or you have a test for future AI models as they come out, because you now have a problem that was not tractable before that might actually be solved by the next thing, which gives you a really, really good understanding of it. So that's what meant to be done. That all happened inside of Shopify very, very quickly, and I think it resonated with people.
How have you changed how you're hiring or spotting founders to back now, Chamath?
To be honest, I'm like down to like probably 1 or 2 bets a year. It's become more for me like probably since 2016, just identifying a theme, and I've been just starting things and getting them off the ground. And that has been a bigger sink of my capital. Because when I stopped working as a traditional venture fund and I was just investing off my balance sheet, I didn't have to go and demonstrate that I had 40 investments and this person went to this school and that person went to that school. So it doesn't make any sense. So I'll just find like a few things a year that I think are on a theme that I think is very important, and then I just try to kind of work on that. Like this AI theme for me started in 2016. So that's been a long journey, and the first thing that I did was in Silicon. And that is a super long journey of brain damage. And now it's finally working, but it's taken almost 10 years. But now I can sort of see a path to kind of do the other thing. So there's been a big effort on physical AI that I've been spending some time on, and now a little bit more on the software side.
You're also investing in AI infrastructure, data centers. Is that?
I did a data center mostly because I just wanted to understand what the economics of these things were. I basically I found out, Gates, it's so crazy. Gates is he's such an enigma to me. He told me he has like a 45,000 hectare city that he's building in Phoenix, and I was like, what the fuck? So I had somebody go and do the work, and they're like, yeah, Bill owns like 45,000 acres north of Phoenix, and he's building like a smart city, and it's his own little kingdom. But then there was 3,000 acres right beside it, so I bought it. And so then I was like, okay, well, what do we do with this? There's a wonderful real estate investor that I partnered up with. Her name is Anita Varma, who lives there. And she's like, well, let's build a 1 gigawatt data center. I was like, okay, let's just try that.
Let's go. Where you get the power. What's your choice?
Well, so the thing is, I've been working on the power side well before that. So then I was like, okay, I'll just do it. It's, we were able to get a deal done with the nuclear generation facility there. But my view is this: look, if you're going to be if you're going to be an entrepreneur today, if you don't have an existing $100 billion business or a bunch of legacy stuff, what would you do? I think the way to think about this is, first, it's power. In the next 30 or 40 years, you just need to look at the power generation of China versus America. We're 8 terawatts behind over the course of the next 30 years. Anything related to power, and specifically, it doesn't mean SMR and all this other bullshit that doesn't work. More practical stuff, but power is a huge business. It will mint kingmakers, because if you own the electricity, you can then allocate the electricity. Then it's silicon. You have to understand, all of the pre-training that has been happening for the last 8 years has effectively been working backwards from a custom understanding of NVIDIA. That is what CUDA allowed people to do. So if you look at that first generation class of models, it was all working backwards from CUDA as if NVIDIA was an internal team. That's not true anymore. So now you're going to see all different kinds of silicon. Like, I would not be surprised if at some point Toby's like, for my business, here is my own vertical stack, and he will spin his own silicon.
Could really accelerate Ruby. Yep.
And to accelerate Ruby is probably the reason why you would do it. But the point is that, like, you know, there's going to be an entire body of silicon that gets around, that focuses on inference and how that happens. Then above that, you'll have things like data centers. But then above that, you'll have certain classes of apps. So I think it's like navigating this properly. And so I just like to have different bets. It's kind of like Stan Druckenmiller has a thing where you invest, then investigate. And so you just got to, you know, rip in a couple $100 million or $1 billion. You wake up in the morning, you're like, OK, I got to pay attention here. And you learn about it, and you figure it out.
It's actually, you said something really interesting, because you said you invested in data centers to learn more about them. It's like that's actually, I mean, it tends to not be the order by which people go, but like...
The reason why was because a few years ago, there was a couple guys that had left working on the energy supply chain at Tesla. And this is like a great way to know when people are good. Like, I think the best recruiter in the world is Elon Musk. There's nobody better. Like, if you...
Benjamin Franklin was maybe better, but like...
Is that true?
Like, I mean, he recruited the founding fathers, so...
Okay.
Like, yeah, okay.
Then maybe let me say that of the current generation, there's nobody better than Elon. And if you send him a message with a name, sometimes, like, most of it just goes into a black hole, which is his way of saying, sometimes he'll respond, he's okay, which is basically saying he's like Einstein. Anyways, I stumbled into this thing with this kid that worked for him, and we ended up doing stuff in batteries, which then I did this stuff in actuators. But then I met this guy who was trying to build heat pumps. And that's how I stumbled into the data center thing, because I was like, well, where are you going to use these heat pumps? And he was building something that I thought was very clever, so we got into business together. And then the Grok thing pulled me in, because I was like, I can't afford for Grok to fail. And they're like, nobody's buying our chips. And I'm like, well, shit, then I'll just start a data center and buy them myself, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of like invest and investigate. You end up kind of like, you know, stumbling into these things.
What's I think so key is, and I mean, this is hopefully something, like you have to take a very macro view of things, right? Like you said this earlier about, it's all about energy generation, and we are like 8 terawatts behind. Like, man, like, I was in Berlin yesterday. If you stop people at the street and ask them, hey, what's better, more power usage or less, I don't think most people would say more power usage, right? Like the common latent narrative in society is that like using more power is actually a moral hazard, and it's unfortunate because, and this happened for all sorts of reasons that we don't need to get into, but it's like also incredibly incorrect.
It is so incorrect.
It might actually be the most incorrect thing that people generally believe.
It's literally the most incorrect thing people could think.
It's like there has never been such a thing as a low power using prosperous society, and clearly the common goal of every society is human thriving.
Yeah.
You can argue with the ways power is created and having different trade-offs, but like a lot of energy saving meant we did not have to build more nuclear power plants, which would be perfectly fine right now, and we would be a much more prosperous society, and so on and so on. So you start with a macro view and work backwards. Surprisingly, a lot of energy, like I'm not going to do the entire stack now because you basically already did a bunch of vignettes into it. But it's that kind of ambition from first principles. What needs to happen? We need to gainfully use more power. We can make things more efficient. That makes a linear curve an exponential, which is excellent. But like what we absolutely need to do is find more ways to use power in such a way that it adds to the project of, you know, Western society, our economics, and so on. Because that is the thing that fuels everything else. And power usage is almost a map on GDP of countries as well.
100%. Power times productivity. That's it. That little thing will dictate. You can rank every country. Power times productivity. And the thing with the Western world is we actually have incredibly productive people, but we've been hampered with a lack of power. And all of that has been a bunch of, you know, social justice warrior bullshit that is just literally is holding an entire cohort of people back. If the Western civilization devolves, you will look back, and this will be one of the critical reasons why, where some 16-year-old Swedish chick with autism was bumbling around and convinced the entire Western world to stop, like literally stop everything, because it needs power. But that guilt tripping is just absolutely idiotic and not rooted in any fact.
And if you're a well-meaning young person trying to stay ahead of that formula, power and productivity, what's your advice?
It's worthless
to
to be well-meaning. You need to be well-educated. Forget well-meaning. What does that mean? That's all like subjective morality. Be well-educated. Like, get to first principles, read a book, read the internet, read many articles, take both sides, get to the actual understanding of things.
Yeah, I mean people that are focused on the outcome, right? People that want to build, want to make that formula as
But in order to optimize a formula, you have to agree on what the formula is. He just explained it to you. I kind of just doubled down on it. But how could you look at that and then all of a sudden think that we can afford to turn off the energy supply in the Western world? And then what? As an example. But there are many of those examples where unless you think fundamentally from first principles and find the source data and come to your own conclusion, you're going to find that you're being manipulated to believe these things that are more rooted in well-meaning. But well-meaning is corrosive because by the end of it, you realize it was somebody else's definition of well-meaning. I mean, I think, look, Canada's going through a version of that. The United States, we're doing a big reset on that. And all you need to look is at the economic expansion and capability of China to understand what's at stake.
So if you're 22 again, what do you work on this summer?
Just this summer, like for a co-op term?
Where do you start? Yeah, for a co-op term. For a co-op term, you work at 80/90 or Shopify. But if you were starting again, given everything you just laid out about the state of the environment, the global kind of powers at play, where do you spend your time as a young person to have the best impact, the best chance?
I don't know. I think you got to learn the tools. I think you got to learn to code. I think it's very rare. Like, I think what Toby is able to do is actually very, very, very rare, which is you have the technical veracity to be in the code and in the details. So I don't know, if I was back in my 20s, I think the single biggest mistake that I made was I gave up being technical. So while I can help start very technical things, I'm always playing catch up to the person that I'm starting it with. And so I'm not that capable of helping him just get that next little bit. I'm not that person. And I wonder if I would have been more productive if I had that. And so I wish I had done that personally. And so, I think like Toby's example for me is very inspiring because it's a level of skill that I really admire. I don't have that. I would like to have that. So if I was 22, I would kind of get back into, I would have written more code. I would have not been so quick to get away from it, personally.
How about you, Toby? How would you spend not just your summer? Where would you start again?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think addressing this directly, there is a really, really dangerous narrative now about STEM degrees decreasing in value. There are fluctuations, as we've seen them before. There's supply and demand. There's all these kind of things. They're temporary. The thing that you need to do in your 20s is cultivate an aesthetic for how to solve important problems well. And the way you do that is you need to be a practitioner of solving problems well. And there's paths that take you through degrees that really, really teach this. I think the best degree in the world is electrical engineering because it hits this the most directly. And it's hard. and you have to apply yourself to get through it, but you learn about the exact set of non-deterministic systems, but also the cost of inefficiency in ways that none of our other disciplines around engineering hit as directly, and especially computer science doesn't. So you can also learn all of that with ChatGPT in much less time. So it depends on how you learn. But then you have to apply yourself. Just to give you an example, these wonderful AI tools are doing these incredible things. Even on the particular problem we have identified here around power, there's a sizable amount of power is being used by data centers already. It's actually much less than people think, because there's a lot of aluminum plants that get a gigawatt, and so how much do we need that? I mean, we want it, but like there's a lot of it to go around, and we never bat an eye when another one goes online. We don't even hear about it, right? So, so a lot of the data centers. Google published a bit where, with a fairly trivial reinforcement learning AI algorithm, they optimized their HVAC system and saved, I think, 25 to 30% of power usage, which is insane.
Yeah.
Like if you think about, you just like magically teleported 30% more power to be used in data centers on planet Earth from just multiplying matrices really, really fast for a bit, right? Like, and it's so like that tells you how much efficiency there is and how many simple ideas can still really, really add. And you want to navigate into a position where you can contribute in this way. You have the skills, and then you're drafted on the teams that might be getting these kind of challenges, or you just try them synthetically and then offer them up as a product. And I think that is the best way to spend the time. Cultivate your skill set. Think of yourself as an entrepreneur of your own skill set that you then offer to the market as a product. If you think about employment, it's very similar to a SaaS subscription, really. It's a company that purchases the exclusive rights to your work output for a period of time. It's a two-sided transaction, and I think that's the thing that everyone has to keep in mind.
So we have a few minutes left here, and the obvious context that we're sitting in today is we're here in Toronto, we're in Canada. You have a room filled of very ambitious Canadian founders and builders who are really trying to have the maximum positive economic impact on their companies and ultimately on Canada long term. We recently went through an election. We were talking about this a bit before. And there's been a lot of calls for more ambition and more strength and focus on building here in Canada. Toby, do you believe we're on the right track as an ecosystem post-election?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we have, we did a wonderful event, the Accelerate Canada event before, and I think that was sort of a moment where we just like collected and identified, here's the set of problems, and here's what likely would happen next, and then all of those things. Like, we got a lot of legitimacy and momentum out of it. Build Canada was born out of this, and there's fantastic things, and we are figuring out how to, again, be additive here to the conversation, because we just see a lot in our industry. We don't have all the answers, but we do very clearly can identify the problems that need to be solved. So I think we are on the upswing, but we have to figure out what we are going to want to be best in the world at, because I think this is the thing that every city, every country needs to really figure out for itself and then pursue doggedly afterwards, right? So we have a lot of advantages. In fact, we talk again, we keep coming back to energy. Canada has more resources than I think every other country in the world. I mean, it depends on how much you weigh them by market value. But holy hell, do we have literally everything that the West needs, the economies of the countries that are these gifts to planet Earth that we want to embolden and continue growing, because growth is the thing that makes everything exciting. So Canada can contribute enormously, because Canada is a country that loves to win by helping other countries and places win, right? I think Canada's identity is sometimes misconstrued into these particular things that people claim. These are all true, but they come from some other place. That Canada is a positive-sum country. We don't actually make a big deal out of zero-sum, and we're increasingly getting into a positive-sum world because of digitalization leads to zero marginal copying of products and everything else. Increasingly, the positive-sum view is the correct one, and we need Canada to contribute.
Chamath, you're on the record, obviously being very focused on American dynamism and output. What do you think is the opportunity set for Canada?
I think Toby is right. If you look at the stack that I talked about before, just to give you an example. So I spent probably 3 or 4 years working at this to launch a bunch of things that I thought were critical for physical AI. So the thing with Elon's guys and batteries, but then I also did something in rare earths, which are used to create magnets, and magnets are used in actuators, and actuators are this critical element that are needed in a lot of physical AI and humanoid robots and other kinds of robots. It was easier for me to go to India and get a deal done with the Prime Minister's office and Prime Minister Modi for the largest supply of rare earths in the world and negotiate a subsidy so that I could compete against China than it was to come here and talk to somebody in the Canadian government. And that's a joke. And so maybe there's a lot of well-meaning study that has to happen. Maybe there's like a lot of, indirection and, a lot of teams in a lot of different places or nobody knows. But the point that you can't do that when the trend is so obvious, I think is a shame.
It's an own goal to ignore the opportunity.
It's a bit of an own goal because obviously, why are Americans with ambition traveling thousands and thousands and thousands of miles to get those transactions done, to pour billions of dollars there where it could just go across the border and be hundreds of miles away? It's because there's no mechanism here. It looks Byzantine. It looks like a black box. Now, people would explain that black box in all kinds of well-meaning arguments. The autistic 16-year-old told me to. It's time for that stuff to be done. I'm sorry. That's not how, you have to understand, if you look at the rise and fall of these great empires and great economies, the single most defining feature is whether you have technical supremacy or not. In the absence of technical supremacy, you cede economic supremacy and you cede military supremacy. It happened to the French, it happened to the Dutch, it happened to the English, it happened to the Chinese. And so the question is it going to happen in North America? So I think for the next 30 or 40 years, that seems a very valuable place for me to spend my time, but it requires willing participants. And I think Canada has all of these resources, but it's trapped behind rhetoric that is very fragile and brittle. And you have not addressed it from first principles.
Well said. Yeah, I think the strongest and clearest API we have as a country for doing business is pushing talent out. And I think
the strongest thing that tells you that this is broken is when you look at where the largest capital pools in Canada are. My friend Amar told me this yesterday. If you go to an investment forum, the single largest player is BDC. You can't have an environment where the largest player is a government-sponsored balance sheet whose entire goal is money velocity and job creation. You need to have private actors who are purely motivated by profit. Because in the absence of that, you're perverting the market.
You need the market sources.
You need the market to sort this stuff out.
You need enlightened self-interest because that is the most scalable
100%
thing humans have ever discovered. One of the most beautiful ideas ever.
So do each of you have a policy or system change you would suggest would increase the odds the most of another Shopify-size outcome in this country?
So I feel that's hard to, like the environment exists for it. There are reasons that make it more likely and things that make it less likely. And some of them are, rhetoric, some of them are culture, some of them are zeitgeist. A lot has to go right for this to happen, and any opportunity for it to go wrong means you're going to have some drop-off. I know this is the most vague answer, but I think this is not the right thing to steer at. I think you need to make it so as a country that someone, let's say, take a second-time entrepreneur who's sort of knows the ropes a little bit and would be the kind of person who puts a spreadsheet together, figuring out where to found the company. For the particular type of company they are trying to do, if that is something that Canada wants, Canada has to kind of sort to the top after the spreadsheet is fully loaded with pros and cons. Right? So I think this is the project that I think the politicians and civic society sort of need to negotiate about how to create this. But then it just needs strong narrative support. We need to celebrate the fuck out of companies and entrepreneurship. It's an act of courage and there's glory in it. And it's, again, the most positive fucking something you can possibly do is like discover your gifts somewhere in your life, then develop them, cultivate them through like your like teens, 20s, 30s, and then be so lucky to find the co-founders and environment to then share your gifts widely, cause more of it to exist, allow people to purchase them, cause everyone who purchases your product votes for this product existing and more of it existing and more of its support. And like we have a relationship that, like with the story that I just told, that is totally off compared to the ground truth, because everything I just said is right and actually is a great story and we should celebrate it, but we don't. What we actually do is we tell people about tall puppies and bullshit like this. What we actually do is we don't ask everyone reflexively of what are you building right now. What we don't actually demand more of each other all the time in such a way that like it just becomes clearer and clearer to people that they need to build. Canada needs to build more companies, but just the total amount is not high enough. And there's way more people who can contribute it. And it's actually not that frictionful. The regulations are fine. We don't need licenses. It's almost like the same process as in the United States to incorporate in Canada. In some ways, it's better. So this is something that we need to celebrate more and just have more in the zeitgeist, because we have a very high standard of living. We love our economy, and we want to grow it rather than negotiate like a retraction of it, because that's no one has time for that. And it's a choice. It's purely a choice at this point, because we have all the pieces to put together.
Yeah.
I think Chamathi made a strong point about Canada solving the problem at a first principles level. Do you have any parting advice, either for Canada at large or for Canadian youth in the room?
I'll tell you a story. But I use it as part of my interviews at 8090, so if you end up hearing this again, please don't hold it against me. There was this incredible experiment at Stanford. And they take a big kind of tub and they fill it with water, and they drop a mouse in it, and they measure how long it takes for the mouse to drown. They did it over and over and over again, and the mean amount of time was around 15 minutes.
Is there like a difference for the Canadian mice or something
No.
coming?
So then what they do is, it's just mice, kind of like humans. It's just mouse. Then they did the experiment again, and right around 13 and a half minutes, they took the mice out, they put it on the ground, they let the mice basically reanimate themselves for about 2 minutes. Then they dropped the mice back in. And how long do you think that they survived? The mean amount of time was now 60 hours. One mouse survived till 80 hours. So I think that what it shows you is that mice have the capacity to do things that they didn't think they were capable of if they get a little bit of help at a critical moment. But it's still fundamentally them. I love this term that Toby used, which is this idea of enlightened self-interest. I think that's an example of enlightened self-interest for a mouse. Yeah. They get just enough time to recompose themselves, they figure out, how am I going to do this, and then they get dropped back in 60 hours. What is the parallel here? The parallel is that incentives shape outcomes in society. And what governments can do is have very adequately and rightly defined incentives. And I think that we have lost the script in many Western countries. And I think in order to wind it back, we have to get the incentives right and realize small little amounts of help can create these incredible outcomes that you didn't think were possible. So what's an example of some of these things? On the one hand, there's like no push for government intervention. On the other hand, there's like people where you try to do something like build a high-speed rail and it like never happens. Oh, somebody told me like there's the Eglinton light rail line or something, which started out as like an $11 million project, and it turned out to be like billions of dollars, and it's still, that's a joke. That's like embarrassing. So what is it? You have to find some common in the middle where you actually take the money that they clearly spent, and imagine if that $11 billion or whatever it was, $1 billion, was reallocated in small bite-sized chunks in a way where you gave the equivalent of the mouse that was about to drown, a couple minutes of respite. Those are smart incentives, because then if you put the mice back into the flow, if you put the human back into the game, many of them will survive and thrive. You have to remember, you're asking about how to make more Shopifys. We had those when I was growing up.
Yes.
We had Newbridge, we had Nortel, we had Corel, we had all of these companies. Where are they now? They're all gone. So there is an example of what happened here. It really didn't work, so we just need to do the exact opposite of it. So I don't think that the governments should be focused on money, velocity, and job creation. I think they should be about what Toby said, accelerating enlightened self-interest. I think there should be large pools of capital for guys like you to jump in the water and take risk, and many of you will turn out to survive.
Love that. I think that's an excellent note to end on. I know you both have very busy schedules today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here at Tech Week.
Thanks for having us.
A huge round of applause.
Thank you for putting the event together.
Thank you. We just have quick closing remarks, and you'll be off into the sunshine. I'd like to welcome three wonderful folks that you know, Amit, Taha, and Siri, co-organizers here at Toronto Tech Week. Round of applause.
All right. Oh, we on? We on? All right. I'll send it. Can you guys hear me? Oh. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for attending the first annual Toronto Tech Week. My name's Amit.
I'm Taha.
And I'm Siri. And to make this happen, there's a lot of work that happened behind the scenes. So we want to acknowledge and thank all the sponsors, the speakers, the volunteers, the staff that really helped make this come together. And most importantly, we'd like to thank all of you for showing up, leaning in, and making this special.
Yeah, when we're planning Toronto Tech Week and Homecoming, we wanted to do something that is a bit more than a conference, collision. And a large part of what we've been trying to do is representing the people, what they're building, and representing the city. There's all kinds of people traversing across the entire city right now, different neighborhoods, and people are exploring the city in a way that is authentic to who we are and authentic to what the city is.
It's been amazing to feel all the energy from the community, from all of you. This has really been something special. So before you guys go, we have a question. Should we do this again next year?
All right, absolutely. So thanks for all of your support. We're already thinking about how to make Toronto Tech Week 2026 bigger, bolder, and better.
We can't wait to see what you build next.
Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of Toronto Tech Week.
That's
Thanks for coming.
Welcome. Let's get it.
And on your way out, please grab a Toronto Tech Week hat and/or a print edition of the Beta Kit Most Ambitious magazine.